Tune in most days of the week, and he'll be there schooling some ignorant creep, or catch him on a gaming whim. But this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
Hey, you guys. Hi, chat. Welcome into stream. It is Monday, May 11th. We are a solid 175 days away from midterms. And we're live to debate some chuds. It's Chud o'clock. Chud watch, if you will. Chudservatives, whatever it is. Welcome to the stream. Hi, hello. I have something very important to show you. Now, I want you to be aware what I'm about to show you is not finished. Okay? In fact, there's only one section of it that's like usable currently. So be aware of that. So no criticisms because I'm still working on it. But what I did want to show you guys is this. Say hello to the new source document. It is, like I said, only one section is fairly complete, and that's the gender affirming care section. This one actually has a lot to it. So if you want to access this document with just this section available, really, it's in the link tree. There is some stuff. Oh, well, no, I haven't added any of that yet. This is literally the only section that's like even remotely complete. What you'll notice is it's split up into sections. So you have the introduction and disclaimer here. You have the opening statements, which are what you could use in said debates. Key stats and objections. This will be expanded upon as I debate. Like I'll be adding stuff to it. And then there's going to be studies. So we have these split up into categories. There's regret and satisfaction, which you'll find a litany of studies in here on regret and satisfaction. Benefits and well-being, same thing. Risks of ignored care I'm still working on, but then treatment and effects as well. And then studies to watch out for, which is going to be, hey, these are studies that are used against these talking points, but that people consistently use wrong. So this one is set. There's also the debate glossary in here, which is just alphabetical. It's in alphabetical order, but there will be expanded upon glossaries for each section as well. So, source document. It's in my link tree. Enjoy it. It's there for you. Somebody just clicked on it just now. Look at all of you clicking on it. You shouldn't be able to write anything. So I hope I did the sharing right. But the source document is live for anyone that wants to be able to access the sources I use on a daily basis. So whenever anybody's like, Jovan doesn't come prepared, I come really prepared. This is all the preparedness. What you'll find is each study is analyzed. It'll give you a very brief overview. So for instance, this one, re-identification with birth, registered sex in a Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort. It'll just give you an overview. A 2024 JAMA pediatric study followed 350 transgender and non-binary youths aged 12 to 20 for 2 years after starting hormones or puberty blockers. It'll give you the methodology, the findings of the study, and the limitations of said study. So I've been putting a lot of work into this. So as I said, only one section is complete, mostly complete. Like it's not done, but one section is much more expanded upon. Like, look, gender and sex, there's literally nothing in here yet. Abortion's got like nothing. Systemic racism's got nothing. So all of these sections still need to be done, but this section is pretty good, if I do say so myself. So yeah, check it out, enjoy it. Anyway, here's our topics for today. Our topics for today are the Iran war is unjustified, trans men and women are men and women, gender-affirming care for minors, capitalism is failing, MAGA is uneducated, and systemic racism / white privilege is real. Those are the topics today. If you'd like to debate, 219-327-8005. That is the number to call. Let me tell it to you again. 219-327-8005. If you want to debate, let me know. Chase, thank you for the super chat. So donating for William's dad, who'd be 65, and my own dad, who I lost a couple months ago. Respect to these great men. Hey, Chase W. William, thank you for the super chat. So this is for my dad. He would have been 65 today. Can we get some W's to our friends' dads who would have been here? I don't know the situation, but obviously. Carly Beth, thank you for becoming a tier 2 member for 8 months. Rikura231, thank you for being a tier 1 member over on YouTube. And those people what happened on Twitch this morning. Inspector Magnetic, Starfighter Chad, and Satan's MVP were first in Twitch chat today. Golden Game Eagle, thank you for the becoming a tier 2 member for 2 months. Fire 13, thank you for subscribing with Prime. 8 Antonia 8, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Solus Fennec, thank you for resubscribing for 9 months at tier 1. The Real Life Oreo, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Starfighter Chad, thank you for gifting 1 tier 1 sub. Deja Dreamer, thank you for resubscribing for 9 months at tier 1. And Dubsy, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. That's all I got for the start. We'll see if we get any calls again. 219-327-8005. If you want to call and debate. Tonight is lecture night in Discord. One of our beginning of our Monday morning lecture series. Monday evening lecture series. I'll be giving a lecture in the Discord tonight on the Socratic method. If you missed that lecture when I gave it with the line over at LineCon, you'll be able to catch it tonight in the Discord. Discord is for paid members only of either the YouTube or the Twitch. So come join us for that if you'd like. Wednesday night, I'll be joined by both Blitz and Dalton. So we'll be doing a full theist board. That's why you don't see the theist topics on the board right now. We'll be doing how did we say we're gonna do it? We're gonna do one of each of our fun our topics. So for me, it's gonna be the Christian God is evil, because that's the one I like to debate the most. For Dalton, it'll be the Bible is ahistoric or not historic, whatever. And then for Blitz, it'll be God, believing in God is not scientific or something like that. We'll figure out how we do that. Billy, thank you for the $50 super chat. It's a little less today, saving it up for more donations to RFR, but I still want to support the channel. Thank you, Billy. Friday, we are going to be doing an RFR before the main fundraiser. Actually, am I even able to do that? Give me 1 second. I got to double check something. Okay, figured it out. Okay. So Friday will be the golden mic over on the line. It looks like you guys primarily voted for me to take over Jimmy's spot, so it'll be me, Forrest, and Matt. Friday during the day, I'll be doing my own little mini fundraiser for RFR, which will be I'm just going to be playing through Garten of Banban. I don't know how you pronounce it. But I'm going to be playing through those games and talking shit Friday during the day for one of our fun Fridays. I don't debate anymore on Fridays. I don't want to. Fuck it. I want to do fun things. So Friday I'll be running the fundraiser on my own for that over on my channel while I play Garten of Banban. Next Friday is the next episode of Ratioed. We will be doing live action sitcoms. So it'll be the best live action sitcom. And next episode of Ratioed, fun fact, I'm competing. So gonna be fun. Will you also invite Jimmy and Forrest? What, to Wednesday? Probably not. But me and Forrest are supposed to be doing some debates coming here soon. Once some more information on that is available, I'll let you guys know. All right, I think that is everything. All of the housekeeping shit. I think that's it. I also think tomorrow me and Jimmy are supposed to have a debate with somebody, but he hasn't confirmed that with me. So anyway, 219-327-8005 if you want to debate any of the topics on the board. Live action sitcom, I say Friends. Terrible choice. Why not call back Elijah? Because there's no point calling somebody who's being disingenuous from the start. What would be the point of that? Breed, they don't know. They can't piss me off. Come on. I was meeting a Christian, got banned when I started talking about how God killed babies. They hate that. They hate when you bring up the fact that God killed a bunch of kids. I wonder why Jovan removed his prove God exists prompt. I almost never have that prompt on the board. It's a boring topic to me. B, I just said that we're doing it on Wednesday. We're doing a whole theist board on Wednesday. Do you listen? Do you got wax in your ears? Probably got wax in your ears. Clean them out. I'm going to say How I Met Your Mother aged like ass. I actually think How I Met Your Mother aged fairly well. Does The Office count as a sitcom? Yeah, that's my choice. That's what I'm going to be arguing, is The Office. Not that it's my favorite, but that I think it's the best. I think it's without a contest. I don't think you can. Like, genuinely, I don't know how you can argue against it, so we'll see. But we'll see if somebody has the balls to call in. 219-327-8005. That's the number. It's always fun watching people comment in the YouTube chat and instantly get blocked by Nightbot for trying to slur. How I Met Your Mother falters, yeah, because the last season is utter dog shit. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I'm not gonna argue propaganda, bro. Well, Christianity teaches a lot of fucked up shit. Why do you think I say God's evil? Then you bring it up to a Christian who's like, well, God is the ultimate judge. Who are we to judge God? And it's like, well, then you can't make discernments in your daily life. You literally are just admitting that you can't make conscious decisions about what is good or bad. You need God to tell you? Crazy. I don't need God to tell me that genociding the entire planet is a bad thing. Doesn't matter who does it. I always wonder, people who have that say too, what would they think? Like, if they think of like a hypothetical situation where like somebody is, by whatever means, Dr. Manhattan, right? And they are now granted the ability to create a world like ours and populate it, right? Let's just say whatever. In this hypothetical, you are now granted the abilities to create a world and populate it with sentient beings. Are you telling me that you'd be okay just killing all of them and you'd feel nothing? And you'd be like, well, it's warranted. It's justified. Huh? Empathy was not something taught to you, was it? Buddhist is pretty fun religion. I mean, I prefer Buddhism to Christianity, for sure. Definitely over any of the Abrahamic religions. Where God is like, homie, go own them slaves. It's alright. It's alright, girl. You can own them slaves. We don't care up in here. The insane debate with Miguel. I don't even remember that one. Dude, I do so many of these. A lot of these shows aren't live sitcoms. They're not live studio audience sitcoms, but they are sitcoms. The Good Place is a sitcom, yeah. I don't think it's the best. Very high on the list, though. You vote 30 Rock? I don't... Okay. I think 30 Rock primarily does not hold up. Debating religion is always boring. No, I actually think debating about God's goodness or evilness is actually very fun. Anyway, where the mag is at? Y'all bored today? Just wish secular humanism had more consistent meetups. So plan one. No, I'm not choosing a Good Place. I made my choice, and it's the most defendable position. So that should be next Friday. This Friday is the Garden of Bonbon stream, where I already know I'm gonna be fucking checked out in the first hour and a half. The game sucks. The first one, it's so bad. Time to call and compliment Jovan. You don't need to. It's okay. Opinion on It's Always Sunny. Love It's Always Sunny has a lot of bad episodes. Has a lot of just unfunny shit. Like, just really bad episodes. Like, that are like, this is a skip. Like, this is just, I skip. Thoughts on King of Queens. I hate most sitcom where the whole joke is that the husband and wife don't love each other. Boring. And the husband on King of Queens, she should divorce him. He's terrible. Low key, I was debating picking. There's this sitcom that aired in the UK. I think one episode ever went to air, and it was canceled immediately. It's a sitcom about these two Jewish, this Jewish couple who they live in a flat, and the flat next door to them, Hitler and Ava Braun move in, and it's called Heil Honey, I'm Home. And I'm still tempted for the bit to use it. Big Bang Theory? Most of Big Bang Theory is bad. Young Sheldon, though, slapped. Yeah, I don't like Everybody Loves Raymond either. Again, I don't like sitcoms where the entire premise is just, look at how bad this husband is. isn't it so funny? I'm like, no, it's not actually. Unless you take it to like American Dad, where it's like so absurd, right? Or Family Guy, where it's like so absurd. Then it becomes tolerable again. Or The Simpsons. Then it becomes tolerable. Scrubs is good. I like Scrubs. Ooh, wait, Boy Meets World is a good option. I'm not picking it though. How do I feel about Three's Company? Well, since I'm over the age of 65, I have no thoughts on it. Yeah, Community falls off, but like when Community is on, it's on as fuck, you know? When Community hits, it hits. Anyway, we got some call screening, so hopefully we get some debates. They're just being screened right now. Sedelius, thank you for the I said your name wrong again, didn't I? Thank you for the super chat. So the reason we don't have bidets everywhere in America is because white culture proved me wrong. Well, it's actually because of big toilet paper. But you can buy a bidet online for like $20. But the reason they're not built into toilets is mostly because of the toilet paper industry. MAGA must be scared today. They're scared every day. I'm not even joking. The reason we don't have bidets as like a function is because of toilet paper industry, like the toilet paper industry. I'm not joking with you. This isn't a bit. This is like, I'm being so serious. All right, we got an office hours call, so let's peep it. Kyle 29 calling from Texas. Kyle, welcome to the show. What are your pronouns?
Nope.
Oh, you gotta turn off the background. Kyle, you gotta turn it off.
He, him.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Kyle, hello. Hello, Kyle.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I see you talking on stream, but I can't hear you.
What about right now, Kyle?
There you go. That's better. Hey,
right, cool. Kyle, you're calling about office hours. You got a question for me. What was your question?
So I'm looking at the capitalism is failing prompt, and I was wondering how you would measure, I guess, whether or not an economic system is successful or not, and what can you point to with capitalism that indicates its failure?
Yeah, in order to determine whether or not an economic system is working, I would look at how the lowest people on that system's poll are doing. So how are the lowest people in the class system doing? And by capitalism's metric, terrible. They're starving.
Yeah. Okay.
They're unhoused. I'm not even talking about just America, like worldwide, like globally. So yeah, I would just look at how essentially the global South is doing at any given point in time.
Well, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, it's a quick question. That's it.
All right. Cool. No
Thank you
problem.
for your time, though.
For sure.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, I'd essentially always point to the global South. Like, how's the global South doing right now? Terribly? Oh, well, it's because capitalism is terrible. We got some other calls being screened. You know, I've never seen people more obsessed with penises than the political right when they're in a comment section. It's kind of weird. You know what else? And I'm debating making a full video on this. I was watching those KSI try not to laugh or make me laugh $1,000 videos. And genuinely, what has happened to comedy? Am I just that out of touch? Or is it really the fact that most young people don't know how to be funny? Venomous, thank you for the super chat. Said because it's killing the planet. Also true. Like every joke is just like, watch me talk about gay sex. That's like every joke in those videos. And I watch them and I'm like, I keep hoping. So like there are a couple of people that are like, oh, this is funny. But most of the time I'm like, what is happening? Where's the humor here? Or it's all like dark humor, and I think people miss the point of dark humor or miss how dark humor is supposed to work. It's not just like what's the most offensive thing I can say. It's supposed to be what's the most like the whole purpose of like a dark humor joke is to take the expectations of the joke and flip them on their head, right? But I think most people don't realize that, and they're just like, oh, if I just say like people with autism or blah, 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 that'll get a laugh. I'm like, what? Where's the joke? What's the punchline? Like, I watch these videos and I'm so confused. Well, anti-humor, I'm such a big anti-humor fan, right? Like, Dimitri Martin, I think, is one of the funniest people on the fucking planet. I love a good anti-joke, right? Now, granted, half the people on these shows are just really terrible at their delivery. Because half the time I'm like, oh, that's a decent joke. You just delivered it terribly. We can make a Jovan try not to laugh. Yeah, but like most people know, just throw a 9/11 joke in there and I'm gonna fucking cackle like a maniac. All right, let's bring up our next call. Coming up to the show, we have Matthew. Matthew's calling from North Carolina. Matthew, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I am 43 and I am a human.
Well, human is not a pronoun. That would be a species. What are your pronouns?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm human. I'll take that one.
That's not a pronoun, though.
That's okay. I ain't worried about pronouns.
I never said you were. I just asked you what yours are so we can continue the conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize.
All right. Well, then, Matthew, what are your pronouns?
I'm a he.
There we go. Now, Matthew, you're calling in to talk about systemic racism and white privilege. You don't think they are real. Okay, well, just to let you know, I do believe systemic racism and white privilege are both real, and that we can see them by looking at the disproportionate outcomes that black people and white people have in basically every system in the country. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
What are we doing? We're disagreeing about all the systemic racism and blah, blah, blah. What? I don't see racism. I don't see color.
Bully for you, I guess?
I don't understand your question. I just heard a bunch of words coming out.
Well, typically when you hear those words, you listen to the sequence of them and they form a sentence. So I'll say it again.
Oh, but the ones you're saying don't make no sense to me.
Okay, I'll say it again and I'll say it a little slower.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, go ahead. It's a little slower.
I believe that systemic racism and white privilege both exist because there are measurable disparities in areas like housing, policing, and wealth that persist even when you control for other factors. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
What are we trying to control?
Huh?
I don't still understand your question. You're trying to tell me that racism exists. I'm trying to ask you how racism exists and how does white privilege exist.
Okay. Let me go even further down the rabbit hole, Matthew. Matthew, do you agree
If you
or
want to ask me
disagree
if
with
I'm
this?
racist, I'm not racist.
That's yet to be determined. Do you agree or disagree with this sentence I'm about to say?
I like that. All right, now we're getting somewhere.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with the sentence I'm about to say? Black
Okay, go
people
ahead.
in the United States receive longer and harsher prison sentences, even when you account for variables such as offense type, first time committed offenses, and wealth. Do you agree with that sentence?
I have no clue. I'm not black. I'm white. I know I get a shitty end of the stick every time they put me in handcuffs.
Matthew, do you think you have to be black to know if the numbers are accurate?
Yeah, because I don't want to talk about something I don't know about. I mean, you want to talk about something I know about? We can talk about deer hunting or country or something like that. You're trying to talk racism that I don't see. You're trying to force me to see something that I don't.
Do you think that things that you can't see don't exist?
Oh, they exist if
Okay.
I want them to.
They exist
If I
if you
want to see
want them
racism,
to.
of course it can exist. I mean, the Klan's really tight where I'm at. I've seen racism, don't mean I believe in it.
But it exists.
Yes, there are stupid people in the world.
Matthew, I just want to confirm. You're aware you called into a debate show, right?
Yeah, we're debating.
We're not.
Okay, well, what's your question?
Well, a debate would be that we each present a side and argue in favor of that side. You haven't presented anything. I'm saying this stuff exists, and you said, yes, it exists, but I don't look at it.
Okay.
That's not a debate then.
Well, maybe I'm having the wrong debate today. I can admit when I've lost.
Okay.
All right, well, let's change the subject. What else we want to talk about?
Do we need to change the subject?
Well, I mean, if you want to, is there something else more pressing on your mind? You can ask me, since you think I might be racist.
Do
Because I remember that little pun.
Do you or do you not agree with that systemic racism currently exists?
What do you mean by systemic racism? I don't
Racism
understand the word.
ingrained in our systems, such as education, policing, housing, our legal systems.
Yes.
So you agree it exists?
Yeah, it exists. Of course it does. This is America.
Okay. And do you agree black people face this at a much higher rate than anybody else?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
With what I've seen in myself and in jail and stuff, they're a lot rougher on people.
Okay. So then you would agree that white people have a privilege in which they don't have to put up with this in the way black people do.
I'll tell you one thing. When I'm in front of the judge and he's throwing the book at me, I don't care.
What does that matter?
We're all going to the same place if we end up in handcuffs. So it don't matter what I think. I got to go along with the crowd.
Matthew, are you aware that black people receive prison sentences 9 times harsher than white people?
No, I am not. I'm just saying what I've actually seen with my own eyes.
Okay. Well, now I've
They
told
throw us in
you.
there together.
Now I've told you that this happens. Do you believe me?
Oh yeah, I'll believe you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if black
We're getting
people
somewhere.
if black people are receiving prison sentences 9 times harsher than white people, then white people would have a privilege in that they aren't systemically given those harsh prison sentences.
Yes, I'll agree with you.
Then you would agree that systemic racism and white privilege both are real.
Yes.
There we go. Good call. Good talk. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If I'm being punked now, it can be over. What the fuck? Mama said there'd be days like this. There'd be days like this, Mama said. Jovan, tell us your favorite anti-joke. It would be a lot. Just look up the brick and parrot joke. But it's a very long joke, and I'm not in the mood to tell it. Anyway. We have some people that are getting screened right now, so the calls are getting screened. We have a couple of birthdays, so let's do some birthday shout-outs. First one is for Rubertopoulos.
You could be a birthday baddie too. A very happy baddie birthday to you.
And then a birthday shout-out to Zeus Bloodspear.
You could be a birthday baddie too.
I could be here all day.
Happy baddie birthday to you.
Okay. Let's keep going. Coming up next, we have Gareth. Gareth is calling in from England to talk about topic number 6, systemic racism and white privilege. Gareth, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
41, and I don't subject myself to pronouns.
Okay, can you tell me that again without using pronouns in your sentence?
I'm 41, and I am...
Yep, carefully use another pronoun. Don't subject yourself to pronouns, Gareth. Don't use them.
I don't subscribe to a pronoun that is demanded for a contractual agreement between two people.
Good thing there isn't a contractual agreement going on right now.
Well,
It's just a question that you're refusing to answer.
You're asking me to subscribe to a way of thinking that I do not believe in.
A way of thinking? I'm asking you to subscribe to the English language. You don't think in the English language? What language do you think in?
Well, we were the founders of the English language, and we don't use these, or him, all that kind of stuff.
You don't use him? You've never used the words he, him before, Gareth?
To be fair, sir, I've misspoken there. So yeah.
Oh, you misspoke. So you do use pronouns, Gareth. That's what you're telling me.
We use pronouns to identify male and female, but not crazy stuff.
Oh, you do use pronouns to identify things.
Yeah.
Oh.
We do.
So here's me asking you to provide your pronouns for identification. You said you don't do that, but now you're telling me you do that, Gareth. That's interesting.
Well, I said Mr. and yeah.
Mr. is not a pronoun; it's an honorific. You should know this. You're the founder of the language, aren't you? Aren't you guys the founder of the language? You should know the difference between a pronoun and an honorific.
I am not. Neither you or I are scholars in that language.
Yeah, but at least I know the difference between an honorific and a pronoun.
Well, maybe you do, but at the end of the day, a pronoun that is demanded that is not normal to a debate from.
Oh, pronouns aren't normal?
Years ago is something that is being forced upon someone that does not agree with, and I do not agree with that sort of.
Just confirming, Gareth, you think pronouns are not normal, so you don't think they're normal parts of speech?
So I didn't say that, did I? I said.
Well, you said they're not normal.
I to a certain ideology of that.
Oh, what's the ideology?
Well, it's identity politics up the wazoo, as I say. It's crazy to make new things and decide that you are X, Y, Z.
It's crazy to make new things. So you think language should just stop, like it should never evolve?
No, it can evolve, but there has to be an agreement. I mean, I could start talking.
Who agrees or disagrees?
To subscribe to.
Who agrees or disagrees? If the predominant portion of my audience agrees to use pronouns in this way and you disagree, aren't you in the wrong then? Because the predominant portion of the society that you're engaging with at this time is in disagreement with you?
Well, let's be honest here. Do you actually have the numbers of actually who subscribes to that sort of ideology?
What? Yeah, but can you be specific on the ideology again? What's the ideology? What is the ideology specifically? Here, let's make it. Wait. Let's make it even easier. Can you point me anywhere in a English textbook, maybe a rules of grammar book, a thesaurus, anywhere that says people can't choose their own pronouns, where that's a written down rule of the English language? Can you point me to that?
When did I say that you're not allowed to do that? You can do whatever you want, sir.
Oh.
You can do what you, as an individual, can do whatever you want. That doesn't mean that you require me to give you that to subscribe to your way of thinking.
What way of thinking is that specifically?
Coming up with crazy pronouns.
Did I ask you to come up with a crazy pronoun?
What's a zer? What is
Did I ask you to? Why are we talking about zers?
What's a zer?
Did I ask you to come up with a crazy pronoun, Gareth?
I don't subscribe to asking for your pronouns. That is crazy.
Why is it crazy? Can you be specific and tell me why it's crazy?
Why do I have to confirm to you?
I don't know why you're answering my question with a question.
Because it's another level of contractual agreement between each other. I subscribe to your way of thinking.
Are you calling into a call-in show that has a set label of rules?
To be fair,
yes.
I just stumbled across.
The answer would be yes, you are. You are calling into a call-in show, so you've accepted some level of contractual agreement, that being to be on said shows to follow the rules of said show. Just like if you were to walk into a McDonald's that said no shirt, no shoes, no service, and you are not wearing a shirt or shoes, they can kick you out even if you don't subscribe to shirts, right? So I'm going to ask the question again, Gareth, and we'll see if you can answer in a good faith way. What are your pronouns?
I don't even think I've even thought about it in the sense of giving myself pronouns. Why would I? You've never.
Gareth, when people refer to you, here, let's make it so simple, Gareth. Let's make it so simple. When people refer to you in the third person, do they use the words he, she, or they?
If you really wanted to think my ideas, and I really couldn't give a crap on what they think of me.
I didn't ask you if you care how they referred to you. I said, what do they tend to refer to you as?
Well, they normally go with the normative he.
Great.
Him.
And are you okay with it when they do that?
Well, because that's the normative, yeah.
Great. So 6 minutes and 20 seconds, Garrett, it took for you to just tell me your pronouns are he, him. We
No,
could have been
I don't-
6 minutes into a conversation by now
what-
on the
why
actual
is that
topic you
so-
called into.
Okay, why is that so important to you?
It's a rule of the
Why-
show, Garrett. Actually, I'll break it down for you. I'll break it down for you even simpler. It proves to me when someone is a bad faith interlocutor when they can't simply answer that question and we can move on to the conversation. When it has to be a thing for them, like, well, I don't subscribe to this, blah, blah, blah. You just say what it says. You think that pronouns are a little gay. You don't like when people use them. You think it's for the trans community, and you think associated with pronouns associates you with that community. It's silly. It's nonsensical. Of course you have pronouns you prefer. Of course, if everyone in your life tomorrow started calling you a she, her, you would be upset by that because you'd be like, why are you guys doing this? I'm very clearly a he, him. So I don't know why you couldn't just answer the question in good faith so we could move on with the conversation. I mean, I know why, because I think you're going to prove to me that you're bad faith in the rest of this conversation, but...
Okay. But listen. I don't put so much energy into what you're discussing with there. I literally come across your show. You got interesting topics there.
Oh, true. I forgot the second option, which you could just be a little ignorant. I forgot that option exists.
Well, that's a bad faith between us then. That is then because I don't subscribe to your way of thinking. You don't subscribe to mine.
You do subscribe to my way of thinking, actually, because again, if people in your life started calling you she, her, you'd be upset about it. You do have pronouns you prefer, just like everybody does.
I'm not that thin-skinned.
Yes, you would, Gareth. Yes, you would. Please stop. If you bumped into somebody on the sidewalk and they said, "Sorry, ma'am," you would be like, "What?" You'd be a little weird. You'd be like, "What the fuck?" Clearly, I'm not a ma'am. Yes, you would, Gareth. Stop with the It's such a nonsense. It's such bullshit that the people like you try to claim. Like, well, we don't care if you get our pronouns wrong. Yes, you do. Like, please stop.
Don't understand the
Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. It's just so boring.
Okay, well, listen. You are totally entitled to your opinion, sir.
It's not an opinion, Gareth. Just keep it $1.50. Let's just keep it $1.50. You would not like if people refer to you for the rest of your life as a woman. You would be upset about that. If every person you met for the rest of your life started referring to you as a woman, you would not like it. And the fact that you keep going, I'd be fine with it, proves to me that you're dishonest.
Listen, okay, let's put the cards on the table there. It's never really happened, so I wouldn't know how I felt. So let's be honest with that. If someone was to call me a woman, her or she, in this culture, you would definitely be laughed out of existence because we have quite a good banter over here. But if you were to say the rest of my life, I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about that. It's not happened.
I'm sorry. I guess you can't think further ahead than what you currently are experiencing.
You can think
just like I can understand that, like, tomorrow, if I'm walking down the street and someone randomly calls me the N-word, I know how I'd feel about that because I know my own mind enough to be able to interpret, or I want to say interpret, in order to extrapolate my future feelings on something. Please.
Have you experienced that then?
God damn. Have I experienced what? Being called the N-word?
Yes.
God, it's never happened.
Well, listen. I'm going to say you're dealing in bad faith now because I don't believe that at all.
Of course, I'm dealing in bad faith. I was lying.
Yeah. Well, there you go then. Well, thank you for confirming your bad faith on that.
Yes, I respond to bad faith with bad faith. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okay, great.
Now, Gareth, do you want to get to the actual conversation since it took us 10 minutes for you to tell me what your pronouns were?
Well, listen. It's your show, sir. You do what you want.
Well, you called in with a topic, Gareth. What's the topic? What's the point of contention?
Well, as you can read on your screen there, it's the woke left killed comedy, and racism only exists to further demands of left politics.
Oh, the woke left killed comedy. How so?
So, where do you see the most contention when it comes to comedy?
I don't know why you're answering a question with a question. Why you can't just tell me? Like
I'm setting the environment that we're going to talk about.
I don't need to set it. Just tell me the thesis. You're saying the woke left killed comedy. Provide the thesis on why.
Well, which groups were that then? That was BLM, Me Too. What else was going on? All these sort of things.
Me Too killed comedy. How specifically did Me Too kill comedy?
You're why is it that the left pretend to be dumb when
I'm sorry. The question asked to you was, how did the woke left kill comedy? And you brought up groups that I assume are you're considering are on the woke left. So now you're saying by me interpreting that when you bring up groups that are on the woke left, you don't actually mean that these groups killed comedy. Sorry, I didn't realize we had moved topics all of a sudden.
Well, so let's look at jokes. Let's look at jokes in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. What was the sort of like general comedic sort of stances on that?
You tell me. You're the one making the position.
Well, I'm asking you a question. Why are you asking my question with a question?
Because I didn't ask your question with a question. You are supposed to be demonstrating to me how the woke left killed comedy. Now you're saying, well, what were the jokes like in the 80s and then in the 90s and so on and so forth? Who knows? Comedy was vast. I could literally, they could be anything. That's such a vague question. Get more specific, and I could give you a specific answer.
I might be asking a young person this. I don't know how old you are. So how old are you, may I ask?
I've watched 80s and 90s TV and movies. Even if I wasn't born in the 90s, which I was, this would be a nonsense thing to claim when most of the comedy has been preserved in form of tapes and movies and DVDs and a Netflix catalog.
Accepted comedy was pushing the envelope, pushing the boundaries of conversation, pushing stereotypes. And so on and so
What comedy that was pushing the boundaries cannot be done now that you think we need to be able to go back to and do, that the left killed?
Well, if you even mention race, sexuality in a certain way, then it's frowned.
If you mention race, I literally just watched Shane Gillis do like 4 black jokes at the roast of Kevin Hart last night. What are you talking about? Nobody had an issue. What do you mean by? Can you be specific when you say you mention race? Give me an example of a joke that you can't say today.
Well, in all fairness, I'm trying to think of one right now in the sense of a clear definition of that. What was it? Forgive me, my mind has gone blank right now. I do apologize.
I mean, it just it was a race joke. Be careful. It just seems, Gareth, like you have. I'll just tell you what it seems the implication here is. The implication seems, we can't openly insult black people in our comedy anymore, therefore comedy is dead.
But it's okay to insult white people.
It is always okay to punch up in comedy. It's always okay to punch up in comedy. If you have to punch down in comedy, you're a lazy comic who can't think of an actual joke. Punching up is always fine.
Where do black people come in the structure then? Because all opportunities are exactly the same.
That's a good joke. That's hilarious.
Okay, that's up to you.
Well, it's not up to me. It's based on like actual like statistics and like empirical data.
Empirical data based upon what?
Actual studies with solid methodology.
Okay, run one off.
Okay, Gareth, do you know that when people submit job applications, you're more likely to be called back if you have a white-sounding name than you are if you have a black-sounding name, even when the applications are identical? Did you know that? We've done that study like fucking 20 times.
The thing is, though, is that you...
we're just not...
I don't have experience of American hiring applications. But within the UK, there is a definite... quota, shall we say, between what race can do what. BBC, for example.
That's interesting because we've done this study in the UK, and what they found is that minoritized ethnic groups, so groups with ethnic sounding or minority sounding names, they get responses back 60% less than groups with white sounding names. So it's interesting that you say it's interesting that you say in the UK it's different because Studies don't tend to
so
show that, actually.
I totally reject that because
You reject it. So I assume you would have some sort of counter factual for it. Where's the counterfactual?
well, it was widely reported that most state-run sources were hiring ethnic minority applicants before white people, which is fine, but they have to be honest about that. You know, no one's got a problem with wanting a certain aspect of the company to be X. But just be honest with it. For me, racism is.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the actual counterfactual.
Well, I just told you there were actual.
That's not it. The counterfactual would be giving the report. Big dog.
Well, I've got no way to send you a link right now.
No, you can tell me the title of the report.
Yeah, sure.
I have this handy dandy Google in front of me. If I'm given a report title, I can type it in super simply.
You and me both. Here we go. What was it called? It was. I thought this was a conversation. I didn't realise I had to drag up studies for a conversation. So the BBC under scrutiny. Here's what the research tells us. It was a paper for public use of the perception of the BBC through race. So
Perception of the BBC through race is not what you talked about.
Well,
that is going to be the public's perception. That's not what you mentioned. That's not what we were talking about. What we were talking about was hiring practices. So I don't know why we're going, and I found what you're talking about, the independent thematic review of portrayal and representation of the UK in BBC content, which is not what we were talking about, even in the slightest. You were just confused by the phrase BBC, right? So you thought it was about race?
A good one, sir.
Do you have a source on what we were talking about, or is that possible?
No, not at all, sir. No.
Okay.
That's definitely not something I subscribe to.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that's not a counterfactual.
So in that report, it comes into proportion of what they do and say and what hiring happened.
Sure. What page of the report is that?
It's all condensed into one by the University of Oxford.
So this is a different report.
I'm not too sure because I couldn't send you a link. I don't know what you're looking at, sir.
Well, I brought up the BBC study you brought me. Is this a new study you're telling me?
What date was this? November 2025. And the survey data was taken in 2023.
That's
based
not
on
telling me the
original
name of the study. That's not telling me anything, really.
University of Oxford.
Now, there's the Oxford Newfield study, which proved what I said, which is that applicants from minority ethnic backgrounds have to send in 60% more applications to get positive responses. It doesn't prove what you said, but it does prove what I said. So it's interesting.
Two different studies saying different things.
Well, it seems like the only sources you've been able to find are stuff that agree with me. So here's what we'll do. You were voted into the Shadow Realm. Why don't you spend the rest of the night or morning, whatever the time difference is, getting your resources and call me tomorrow. Call me tomorrow with actual with actual facts to back up what you said, and then we can have this conversation. But you've been banished to the shadow realm. So here's my trap card activated. Shout out to Billy for the super chat. For wanting to move on from the caller, Billy said Gareth is an intellectually lazy, bigoted person who is trying to sound intellectual. I've run into this type a lot. Kick him when you want, Jovan. I did. If Gareth wants to call back with actual sources, we can have that conversation. Did pronouns kill comedy? Was it the pronoun that killed comedy? Who knows? Find out maybe tomorrow. You know, Shadow Realm was just 4Kids edit. It was really just killing them. It's actually, I think, so much funnier to send them to the Shadow Realm than killing them. I don't care if it was a 4Kids edit. It's actually way funnier. Mama said there be days like this. There be days like this, Mama said. Anyway, let's take the next call. All right. Coming to today is Gabriella. Gabriella from California, calling to talk about gender-affirming care for minors. Gabriella, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
55, she, her.
Okay, can you get a little closer to your microphone, Gabriella? You're very quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Sure, yep. Gabriella, you're calling to talk about gender-affirming care for minors. Let me just give you the briefing real quick so that you're aware of it. I do believe minors should have access to gender-affirming care because it's shown to help reduce distress and improve well-being when done under medical supervision. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. I believe minors should be able to access gender-affirming care because it's been shown to help reduce distress and improve well-being when done under medical supervision. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I do disagree. The reason would be maybe they were going through some kind of mental issue at that time, but maybe their gender wasn't the real reason that they were going through whatever they were going through at that particular time in their life. And if that issue isn't addressed properly, I think gender affirming surgery can be a very huge decision and act like a Band-Aid.
Sorry, maybe I'm just confused here. Do you have some sort of evidence to back this claim, or is this just a claim you're making? She hung up. Okay. And if she calls back, put her through, but... Okay. Mama said there be days like this. Wait, can I pull that up on the soundboard? Wait. That's not it. Damn, they don't have it. Mama said there'd be days like this. There'd be days like this, Mama said. Anyway, let's bring up the next person, I guess. Maybe. Coming up next is Donald. Donald from Canada. Donald's calling to talk about pronouns, and I guess that he thinks they should be abolished. Donald, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Oh, my pronouns. My age is 46. My pronouns is go fuck yourself.
What year were you born?
No, I'm a male and I don't believe in pronouns at all.
I didn't ask your pronoun. I asked what year were you born. Stupid. Are you listening?
Oh, 1980. Sorry, I just woke up.
Okay, now Donald, you said pronouns should be abolished. So for the rest of this conversation, speak to me with 0 pronouns. Got it?
My pronouns?
No, you said you told the call-in screener pronouns should be abolished. So for the rest of this conversation,
should be abolished.
So don't use pronouns for the rest of this conversation, okay?
Oh, I'm not going to use pronouns for the rest of the conversation. Hell no.
You're going to hear that buzz anytime you use a pronoun, okay?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Great. Okay, now why do you think pronouns should be abolished, Donald?
Because you know what? Pronouns should be abolished because I think they're retarded. And
Careful,
people should
pronoun.
be. Yeah, I know.
Careful. Use
I
them.
know.
Donald, I thought you thought pronouns should be abolished. Why do you keep using them?
They should be abolished.
Oh,
because
use
people
another
should
pronoun.
not.
Also, why are you using a voice changer?
I'm not using a voice changer. Are you making
Your
fun
voice
of me
just
for my
naturally
voice?
sounds like that? Crazy. Donald,
Yes,
stop.
it does.
You're making fun of me for my voice. That's 3. Any more pronouns you want to use?
No,
What
I
happened
think
to
the show's a
abolishing
fucking
them?
joke.
You're the one who keeps using pronouns. Aw, he ran away. Embarrassing. Hey, maybe, guys, just quick fucking thing for you guys. Don't be like Donald. Be smarter. God damn, dude. I swear to God, they get dumber and dumber as the days go on. Oh, you guys couldn't hear the buzzer? Oh, shit. He could hear it, so I guess that's all that matters. I had the thing muted. You know what? When I post the video, I'll edit in and add in the buzzer sounds on my end. Spencer, thank you for the Venmo. Said, I can't believe Donald cared about pronouns when he sounds like that. Crazy. Yeah, just a reminder, if you do want to support the show, Cash App and Venmos help out great. They go to keeping the call-in line open so we can continue getting calls and debating. You heard? Okay, next up is an office hours question, I think. So let's see. Jake from Tennessee. Jake, age and pronouns, please.
22 and he, him.
Okay, and what's your question, Jake?
My question is the number 5 on your thing is saying MAGA is uneducated. What do you define as uneducated?
MAGA has no clue about political policies and the effects of said policies. They're uneducated in politics as a whole.
Secondary question: why didn't you put that as the prompt rather than they are uneducated?
Because I only have so much space.
There's a bunch of free space.
No, there is not.
There's a ton of free space.
That's where the chat sits.
No, that's below. I'm talking about right next to where the other words are. There's a ton of free space.
There's like space for 2 more words.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
who
That's all I was
cares?
gonna ask.
Like, Jake,
Go
like realistically,
ahead.
who cares? What is the big
I'm
deal?
a huge semantics guy. So. I mean, you also misused the word thesis earlier, but that's not.
This is how you spend your free time, Jake?
Yeah, I'm a huge semantics guy. I just love catching people on using the words wrong.
That's
You
embarrassing
said
for you.
someone. What?
That's embarrassing.
I mean, yeah, kind of, I guess. But I mean, I'm on break from college, so it's fun to do.
How'd I use the word thesis wrong, Jake?
Earlier he said that. Give me a second. Can you pull my chat history up by chance? Because I don't know
No.
if I can scroll high enough. Okay, give me a minute.
Why don't you just tell me?
It's my chat history. I quoted it. That's why I'm. I can give you my chat name so you can pull my chat history up if that helps.
I don't know why it's why you can't just tell me how I used it wrong. You don't
I
remember?
quoted it, so I didn't have to remember off the tongue. So it's
kind of
in my chat history.
You didn't remember?
Well, no, I quoted it. I don't need to remember. I quoted it in chat. You can just check it's like 2 clicks. You can.
Why would I do your work for you?
It's really not. It's like 2 clicks. Like literally, like click my name.
Is
like,
2 clicks
I'm
not
in
work?
chat. I type my name.
Sorry, is 2
You
clicks?
click my name and then click chat history.
Is 2 clicks not like work to you? Is
Okay.
that not-
Here it is. I have 7 TVs, so I can check my own history. Yeah, here it is. Give me a second. The thesis is the guy said let left killed comedy, and you said can you provide a thesis around that? The thesis itself is the left killed comedy. It's not. You don't add a thesis on top of that.
A thesis statement, I'll just read you the definition real quick. A 1 to 2 sentence summary of the core arguments or main ideas of a topic. So he didn't provide any core arguments.
Yeah, it's a point you're trying to prove within like a research paper or a paper in general.
I'm sorry.
Did he provide
a 1 to 2 sentence summary of the core arguments? No.
No, but it's a shortened thesis. That's a thing that you can do. It's not like a.
Can theses also be long?
Theses can be like 2 words.
Then I didn't use it incorrectly. You just wanted to be pedantic about something interesting. That's embarrassing for you.
He provided a thesis. You then asked him to provide a thesis, which he had already provided.
To provide a thesis on that, which would be a summary of the argument that he's using.
That is the summary. His whole thing revolves around that.
That wasn't a summary of the argument. No, that wasn't a summary of the argument.
Yes, his argument revolves around the left killing comedy.
That wasn't an argument.
His whole thing.
That was not an argument.
I know, but that's the thing.
So it's not a summary of an argument.
That's a thesis.
Interesting.
That is a summary of a.
Jake, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Have you ever watched my streams before?
No.
All right. Don't watch them anymore. Okay? Bye. Kind of dumb shit. Jesus Christ. Y'all, he's going to come back into chat. Mods, if you see him, just kick his ass out. What kind of stupid shit? Anyway, oh, Billy, I accidentally just snoozed your call. I didn't mean to. Or like I snoozed your number. I don't know how to unsnooze, but I think it's only snoozed for 5 minutes. Where did our screeners go all of a sudden? I show none of the call screeners in the screening room. Is anyone going to actually try debating? Not usually. They are pretty terrified about debating actual things. Venomous, MAGA not understanding the word no, classic. Oh, shit, true. True. Rob Kirkland, thank you for the tier 2 membership for 3 months, so this guy can take himself all the way off. We get it. You miss racism in comedy, caller. No, really. Every time they complain about that, they're just like, well, I can't say the N-word anymore, so comedy's dead. To which I reply, you're just a lazy comic who can't think of good jokes that don't revolve around saying the N-word. Boring. All right, let's take the next call. Coming up next is Ace. Ace is calling from South Carolina about topic number 2, trans men and women being men and women. Ace, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns. Oh, actually, what the fuck is happening with Call in Studio? Hold on, chat. Call in Studio seems to be having issues today. Let me refresh too. All right, let's try now. Oh, damn. Did Call in Studio just break? All right, Ace, are you there?
Hello?
Ace? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
All right, cool. Ace, can you provide me with your age and pronouns, please?
Pronouns, I'm a man. I'm 49.
Okay, you answered one of the 2 questions I asked. What are your man pronouns?
I'm a man. I don't know any other pronouns to add to that.
Okay, well, men have pronouns, so what would yours be?
He?
There we go. You don't got to say it so confused. You were right.
Like,
Don't worry. You got
I wasn't
there.
being confused about it. I'm not confused about it. I just think that should be automatic. A man is a he.
Doesn't matter whether it is or isn't. It was a question that I asked that I wanted an answer to. Now, Ace,
Okay.
you're calling about topic number 2, trans men and women being men and women. Ace, I believe that trans men and women are men and women because there's no single biological trait that is both necessary and exceptionless for defining man and woman. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
You are saying that if somebody was born as one gender and they chose to change that gender sometime
I really
later
should
in
have
life,
been. I really need to
that
tone
they
down this
are the
argument for
gender
him,
that
Jesus
they chose?
Christ.
Is that? I just want to be clear. Correct?
They are the gender that I don't believe people choose their genders. Your gender is sort of thrust upon you, such is the case.
Thrust.
You are weird word to get hung up on. When it comes to gender, you are predisposed to whatever your gender identity is going to be from birth, and then that develops as you get older.
Okay. So basically, you are trying to tell me that you were born with a penis, then you decided the vagina works for you better, and you're now a woman.
Well, gender has nothing to do with
Is
whether
that
you have
your
a penis or
is that your argument?
Nope, because gender has nothing to do with whether you have a penis or a vagina.
Actually, it does, because if you go to a gender revealing party, right, they have 2 colors, blue and pink. Pink, girl. Blue, boy.
So if I go to a gender reveal party with 3 colors, are there automatically 3 genders now?
I've never seen any other color but blue and pink. Have you ever seen one?
I've seen green.
One?
Yeah.
A green color. So what's a green stand for?
I don't know. I guess they have a 3rd gender at that party.
Exactly. So there's only 2 genders in the world.
There's only 2 genders in the world.
It's only 2 genders of human beings. Either you're a boy or you're a girl. A man, woman.
Only 2 genders of human beings. Well, you just named 4.
No, it's 2.
I'm sorry.
A boy is a man. A boy grows into a man. A girl grows into a woman.
Ace, first of all, you're peaking very loudly. Can you back away from your mic slightly? Second of all,
I'm actually peaking. I can turn it down. I got a headset on.
Well, you're definitely peaking. I would be the one who would know that because I'm listening to you, right? You can't really know if you're peaking. Secondly, Ace, I need to know, do boys grow into men or are they the same thing?
They really are the same thing.
Boys and men do you think girls and women are the same thing?
Same thing.
Gross. So a girl and
You
a
can't be
woman,
a
there's
woman
no
if you
difference
haven't
between
been a girl. You can't be a man if you haven't been a boy.
There's no difference between a girl and a woman then. They're the same thing.
Yeah, it's just maturity.
Gross. It's just maturity. Gross.
Maturity.
Ace, quick question, Ace, just so that I'm aware of this. What do you think makes someone a man? You think it's whether or not they have a penis?
Oh, that's definitely part of it.
It's part of it.
You can't be a man if you don't have a penis.
What's the whole of it?
The whole of it will be behavior and how you you have to behave in a certain type of way to be a man. You can't be a man running around, assaulting people. That turns you into an animal, don't it? Or doing all kinds of craziness.
Huh? So Jeffrey Epstein isn't a man, is what you're telling me?
Jeffrey who? I don't know who that is.
Crazy. So Donald Trump is not a man.
Donald Trump is definitely a man.
But he's assaulted people.
He's assaulted people? Yes, he has.
So he's not a man. You just said you can't be a man if you go around assaulting people.
I say you can't be a man if you're going around doing things that are not manly.
And then you said which was assaulting people.
Yeah, if you're assaulting people, then you're trying to be an animal. You're trying to be, but you can be a man that's trying to be an animal. You're still a man.
So Donald Trump
You're trying to put words.
So Donald Trump.
You're trying to change things from what they are to
I'm
what
trying to
they're
change
not.
things. I mean, I can play the tape. You said this, by the way.
Okay.
So just confirming, Donald Trump has assaulted people.
I don't know how he could assault anybody because he's obviously the president of the United States.
With his penis. That would be how.
Yes, with his penis. How? How did he assault somebody with his penis?
By placing it where the person didn't want it to be.
So he's a rapist.
I'd say it's more likely than not, yes, that Donald Trump is a rapist, yeah.
Oh, okay. Nah, I didn't know about that.
You did.
I've never heard Donald Trump being accused of rape. I've never seen him being prosecuted of rape.
There were whole trials about it.
Like I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I know that there's no way you can become a president if you've been raping people. You just can't do that.
Well, clearly you can. Because he did. Back on topic, though. Can you just tell me what's the thing? Let's say I want to be a man. What do I need to do that? What do I have to have?
What do you have to have to be a man?
Yep.
You have to be born.
You have to be what?
As a man. You have to be born as a boy to grow up to be a man. You can't be born as a girl to decide, hey, later on in life. It's a choice.
You can't be born as a girl?
People are making this gender stuff are all choices. You are making
you roll
a
as
choice.
a girl? That was low-hanging fruit.
You say what?
Chat. Nothing. How do I know someone's born a boy?
You have a fucking penis. Like, come on.
Okay, so if they're born...
When your baby's born and they have a penis, that's a baby boy. Your baby's born, doesn't have a penis and have a vagina, that's a baby girl. You can't change that.
So if they're born without...
You're telling me,
okay,
I got this baby and this baby's a girl and grow up. All of a sudden, she's not that anymore? She's not a female anymore? Male, female? Boy, girl? Man, woman? Same thing. However y'all like to twist words up, you can twist it however you want. If you were born as a boy, as a male, you are going to be a boy who's going to be a man. That's it. There's no other way to be a man. You can't be born as a female, then decide, hey, I want to be a man. How? You can't. You cannot be a man. Go ye into the world and multiply. How can you multiply if you're sleeping with another woman? If you're a man sleeping with another man? How you gonna procreate? That's not gonna happen.
Ace, I don't know why
There's
we're
only one
talking
thing
about
nature. There's only one thing that
Ace,
nature has for us
Ace.
is to come in the world and
We're
multiply.
doing what in the world? What are we doing in the world?
Go ye into the world and multiply.
And how do we do that?
I'm quoting. How do babies come by?
I don't know.
How do people have babies? A male, female, have to come together, have sex, and procreate.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with
And a
gender?
male.
What does that have to do
It
with
has
gender?
everything to do with it. Because if you say, "Oh, I'm now a woman," and you were born a man,
Hey,
show me that you're a woman.
Can we possibly take the
Show me
mic
you're a female.
out of your throat? Is that possible?
I moved the mic all the way.
Hello? The fact that you can quietly hear him talking is crazy. We can't hear you now, Ace. It's too quiet.
Saying that I'm too loud on the mic, so I moved the mic away.
Yeah, there's a happy medium here somewhere.
Is that it right here?
That sounds a little bit better.
Okay.
You might have figured it out. Adopted a skill that most fucking 12-year-olds have, but okay. Ace, I'm still just a little confused. So your sex is determined by your doctor.
What's confusing?
Is what you're telling me. Your doctors decide what your sex is?
Your doctor cannot decide it because your sex was decided in the womb.
By what?
The Creator.
By what?
By the Creator. By
By
God.
the Creator. The Creator is God. God decides our sex? Can I ask you a question about God?
Sure.
God's all-knowing, right? Like, he knows everything?
Yes, he does.
So, like,
You can never
God,
be surprised.
okay, so God knows what it feels like to take, like, a 13-inch dick in your ass, right?
What?
God would know what it feels like to take 13 inches of thick, meaty dick in his ass, right?
No. Absolutely not. Like,
So he doesn't know.
That's not
So
a
he
fact.
doesn't know everything.
That's not something that you associate with God.
So he doesn't know
He knows
everything.
it happens. People do that, but God is not a man.
So God doesn't
God is
know
not a man,
what
God is not a woman.
experiences. God doesn't know what experiences are like, right?
What do you mean by God doesn't know what experiences are?
Like, God doesn't know what it's like to experience something that humans experience. He doesn't know how food tastes, for example.
I would say that's incorrect.
So
Now,
he
he
does
would
know
know.
those things. So he would know what it feels like to take 16 inches of meaty, girthy cock in his ass.
No, he wouldn't know that because
No,
that
he
would be a
wouldn't.
character associated with God.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because it's
Yeah.
not a character associated with God.
How do you know it's not?
It's not God. It's not in God's character. What do you mean? How do I know?
How do you know it's not in God's character?
Have you ever read in the Bible where he say God fucked somebody or
Mary.
got fucked by somebody?
He fucks
Okay.
Mary. He fucks a child.
When did he fuck Mary? When did
When
he
he
fuck Mary?
impregnated her with Jesus.
How was that? How was fucking even involved with that?
Oh, so he just impregnated her without fucking her.
Yes.
Okay. So God does not
That's
know
why
what
it
it's
was a
like to
miracle.
take 25 inches of meaty, girthy, fleshy cock in his butt.
Why are you stuck on the meaty dick thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you a faggot too?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I just said it. I just said it. I said what I said when I said it.
You said what you said. You seem
But you like
afraid
stuck
of
on-
it
stuck
now.
on- You're stuck on. You're. No, I ain't afraid of nothing.
Ace,
You're-
I'm gonna let you
stuck on-
know.
You're stuck.
Ace,
You're stuck. You're stuck
I'm
on the
gonna
subject.
Ace. I'm gonna let you know.
You're stuck on the
I
subject.
don't
Move
allow
on.
slurring
I
on the
explained
channel.
it. I explained it already.
I'm just gonna
I
let you
explained it
know.
already.
If you do slur
I
again, I
explained
will
it
have
already,
to
and you
move.
stuck on it and try.
If you do
Then
use
you
another
can.
slur,
It's
Ace, I
your
will
show.
have to
It's your
move
show.
on.
It's your
I'm just
show,
letting
but
you
you're
know.
not going to keep asking me the same thing. Ask and answer. Move on.
The same thing about what? Whether God takes 30 inches of meaty, girthy, fleshy, veiny cock in his ass?
You know
Why can't
what?
I ask about that?
Why
It
can't
makes
you
about
ask
as
about it?
much. It makes
Because
about as
I
much
answered it
logical
already.
sense about God creating us and our genders. Makes the same amount of sense. Seems weird that I can't talk about the 45 inches of meaty, girthy, fleshy, veiny, throbbing cock that he takes up his butt.
You gotta get your shit.
I'm what? I'm not the one that knows what it's like. I don't know what it's like to take cock in my ass. God does. Oh, he hung up. I mean, technically, God could take as much dick as he wants, like, right? There would be no limit to the girthiness of the cock God could take up his butt. Yeah, it's not in God's nature to be a bottom, actually, you're right. God only knows what it's like to stick a penis in a butt. It's not in his nature to be a bottom. Can I get a serious debate at all this week? Like, what the fuck? And they say comedy is dead? No, exactly. Euro really wants my attention. When Euro can put out a decent fact check of my fact check, maybe I'll consider debating him. But so far, like, it would just be charity. He realized his streams haven't popped off since me and Jimmy showed up, and now he's like, shit, I'm only getting 90 people watching a stream. What do I do? There's no mocking its statement of fact that if God knows all, then he knows how it feels to get a horse cock in his ass. No, exactly. Said, David Super Chat said he's all powerful too, so it might be prehensile. Crazy. All right, let's take this next call. Coming up next is Ryan. Ryan is calling to talk about the Iran war and it being justified. Ryan, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, Jovan. Yeah, he, him, and 24.
Great. Now, Ryan, you're calling in about the Iran war. Just to clarify my position, I believe the Iran war is unjustified because Iran posed no nuclear threat to the United States or any other country. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
With that specifically, yes, I definitely disagree.
Okay. Do you have evidence that Iran posed a nuclear threat to the United States or any other country?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a decent amount. I think there's the IAEA report from last year that they were trying to enrich uranium.
The IAEA report specifically states Iran had not restarted their nuclear weapons program and they were not building nuclear weapons. So I'm specifically looking for evidence that they had them enriching uranium doesn't matter. It would be about, are they building nuclear weapons? And every report, including our own report that we did, our threat assessment by Trump's own intelligence agency, states the same thing. Iran was not building nuclear weapons. I can pull you up the IAEA report if you want, which literally the head of the IAEA stated, and I quote, "We did not have any proof of Iran building nuclear weapons."
Okay, so well, hold on. Before we get there, do you agree that they were not in compliance with their contract for the JCPOA?
The JCPOA does not stipulate that they can't build up to 60%. It states no stipulation such as that.
I'm pretty sure the JCPOA stipulates that they can't go beyond 3%.
Oh, I'm sorry, JCPOA. The JCPOA, they haven't been a part of that since 2018, so what does that matter? Sorry, I misspoke there.
We
The
have not been a
JCPOA,
part of the
no,
JCPOA.
they are not under the Iranian nuclear deal anymore. They have no obligation to it.
Let me see if that's actually true.
It is.
I'm pretty sure because I remember the Europeans complaining that Iran was.
Nope. Iran literally in
2018. No, Iran is actually still part of the
Hold on,
JCPOA.
Ryan. In
So they were in
2018,
violation of that.
Ryan, you're not listening. So please listen here. When Trump withdrew from the JCPOA in 2018, he replaced sanctions back on Iran, thus and stopped paying Iran back the money that was theirs, thus essentially removing any obligation Iran had to the deal. If me and you made a contract and that contract said, Jovan, you can dig a hole in your basement as long as you give me $5 every month, and I stop giving you $5, then I can't build that hole in my basement anymore because I'm not giving you the $5 anymore.
There's 2 points about this. So the first one is that we were not the only signatory to the JCPOA.
Doesn't matter.
There were several others, many European nations,
Doesn't
and Iran
matter.
was still bound to them. And
Doesn't
secondly, the point of a treaty, right, just in the first place, is to enact something, right? So the whole point of the treaty was to prevent Iran from enriching uranium, right? So regardless of if the treaty is valid or not, the fact that Iran is enriching uranium is something to be concerned about.
After the JCPOA.
Right?
The JCPOA does not function any longer as an active agreement. It hasn't since Trump withdrew the United States.
It does. Factually,
No, it doesn't.
But that's irrelevant.
No, it doesn't.
It's irrelevant.
No, it doesn't.
It factually does. It still exists.
No, it does not.
In 2026.
No, it does not. Hold on. I didn't.
We'll have to move on.
Ryan, stop. Because you are quite literally side-skirting what I'm saying. I'm saying it does not currently function as an active agreement because the thing Iran was being given for its compliance to the agreement was taken away. Therefore, Iran has no obligation to continue complying with the agreement.
So, once again, the United States was not the only signatory.
Are we going to just keep ignoring what I'm saying? I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall at this point.
No. I'm not ignoring what you're saying. Yes, we
You are.
from the
You're
JCPOA.
absolutely. You're quite literally ignoring what I'm saying. The things Iran was given.
Let's get another analogy.
No. I don't need an analogy. Respond to this specifically. Were the things given to Iran to negotiate compliance with the JCPOA? Were those things taken away? Yes or no?
Some of them, yes.
Which ones were kept?
The Europeans lifted their sanctions.
So Iran should continue complying with the deal because the EU had not in place their sanctions back on them. The United States replaced their sanctions. Iran lost their ability or lost access to the money that was being paid to them, which was legally theirs. But because of this, even though again, you have no evidence of them. What's the word I'm looking for? You have no evidence to them building nuclear weapons, but because they enriched past 60%, because you believe they're still beholden to the JCPOA, they're not, then we should.
Well, hold on. They are also a signatory to the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty back in
Yep,
1970.
and where in the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty does it say they can't enrich past 60%?
So when you're thinking about the actions of an international actor, you have to think about the intention.
I love when my questions don't get answered. That's so funny.
Well,
That's
Jovan,
so
it's a
very
very narrow question.
It's not a very. No. It's not your claim. The whole thing we're talking about is are they building nuclear weapons? And your claim is, well, they're enriching to 60%. Okay, and where in the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty does it say they can't?
60%, Jovan.
Where does it say? I don't care what the reason is. Because you're right now, Ryan, what's happening right now is you're making speculative claims when I have multiple sources both one that you used, our own threat assessment, the Arms Control Coalition, all of which state Iran was not building nuclear weapons, even with their 60% uranium. They had not restarted their nuclear weapons program. So unless you can provide me actual non-speculative evidence of Iran restarting their nuclear weapons program, then no. It's just speculation.
Jovan, come on.
Ryan, this
Why
is
do you
you're so bad faith right now.
No.
This is embarrassing.
In good faith. Answer this question, please. Please just answer one question. Why would they enrich to 60%?
They said specifically they said it when they said they would do it. They told Trump in 2018 if you withdraw from the nuclear deal. Yes, did you want an answer or did you want to just continue to be disingenuous? They told Trump. I'm literally answering your question, dipshit. Your question was why would they enrich? No, your question. No, I'm not answering a different question. Your question was why did they enrich to 60%? And I'm telling you why their stated reason for enriching to 60%. So either you want an answer to your question or you want to continue to be disingenuous. Which one is it?
You know what? I can actually just read it directly from a source.
Oh my God, what's the source? Sure, what's the source? Sure, what's the source?
Okay, so this is from armscontrolcenter.org. Okay. Importantly, starting from the 60% enriched material, a single cascade of 175 IR-6 centrifuges could produce weapons-grade material needed for a nuclear weapon within 25 days.
Yes, how long have they been at 60%? How long have they been at 60%?
I think that they had just reached that critical threshold last June.
Nope, 2022.
No. They had some in 2022, but they didn't have enough for a weapon.
Oh, they had some. They didn't have enough for a weapon. Sorry, I even had my date wrong. It was 2021. It was 2021 they had 60%. So now the goalpost has now shifted to, well, yeah, they did enrich to 60%, but they didn't have enough of that 60%.
Well, they did in 2025. That's why we bombed them.
In 2025, when we said they had not restarted their nuclear weapons program.
When they said that they could restart their nuclear
weapons program?
No,
when we said that they did not. When we said that they did not do it. They had no plan on doing it. Again, you're arguing pure speculation.
No, it's not speculation. This is a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
They could go from no,
it's not a fact. Incorrect. It's not a fact.
Yes, it is a fact. This is a fact. No. It's in the IAEA report.
No,
what are you talking about?
It's not a fact.
Literally,
all you're doing.
Disagrees on this, Jovan.
Yes, they actually do. Yes, they do. The head of the I literally read you what the head of the IAEA stated, which is there is zero proof that Iran is building nuclear weapons. Zero proof.
Jovan, you understand there's a difference between being able to build a nuclear weapon in 30 days and being able to build a nuclear weapon in 5 years.
Do you understand there's a difference between building a nuclear weapon or not? Do you understand that, Ryan?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, yes Ryan, I don't know why you think you get to control this. Was Iran building a nuclear weapon? Yes or no? I just want a yes or no.
No. Now answer my question.
Nope. Thank you for proving my point. It's unjustified to start a war with a country based on them building nuclear weapons if they're not building nuclear weapons. I don't need to answer any of your questions. I don't need to. My statement, stop talking, Ryan. My statement was it is unjustified to bomb a country for nuclear weapons that is not building nuclear weapons. You just said to me that they were not building nuclear weapons. So my point stands. It is unjustified to bomb a country that's... You didn't just say that. Should I replay the tape?
No, you're being disingenuous.
How is it being disingenuous? How is it being disingenuous, Ryan, to state that Iran was not building nuclear weapons? What's your dumb question, Ryan?
Answer my question.
Go ahead. What's your dumb question?
Okay. Is there a difference between Iran being able to build a nuclear weapon in 30 days, between Iran being able to build a nuclear weapon in 5 years? Is there a difference between those two things?
Sure. What does that matter?
Do you think
Iran, especially because you were incorrect, by the way. The IAEA reports say that Iran possessed enough nuclear material to build a weapon in 2023. How come they hadn't done it yet?
I don't know.
Exactly. Could
No,
it be that they hadn't restarted their nuclear weapons program? Could it be that Khamenei had said repeatedly that nuclear weapons are not something he wants to build because he doesn't want to fucking violate Haram? Could it be consistently that Khamenei said he was not a fan of nuclear weapons? Could it be that Iran stated that the reason why they wanted 60% uranium was as a deterrent for when countries decided to fuck with them? Could it be that they said, Trump, if you pull out of this deal, we will go to 60%. We'll stop there, but we will go there, because you're pulling out of this deal with us. Could all of those things potentially be true? They are. Sources are in my fucking source document if people want fucking proof of it. But you're sitting here going, well, they had enough. They've been 30 days out. Apparently since 2023, they've been 30 days out, Ryan. But because they've reached a point where they could potentially, if they wanted to, make a nuke, we should bomb them because they just have the material necessary to do it. Not because they're making it, not because they actually restarted their nuclear weapons program, which again, head of the IEA says, no, we have no proof that they're building nuclear weapons. Our own threat assessment says, and I quote, I'll read the quote from Trump's own administration, we continue to assess Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and that Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003, sorry. So you, Ryan, have nothing but speculation. That's it. You just speculate that because you don't like Iran and because you think Iran poses a threat globally, that we should be able to just take them out. My position, which I stated to you at the beginning, is if your reason for attacking another country is that they have or are building nukes, you have to actually show the proof that they have and or are building those things. Trump's administration hasn't done this. The Arms Control Association hasn't done this. The International Atomic Energy Agency hasn't done this. So unless you have some magical source that shows that they had restarted their nuclear weapons program and were making a weapon of mass destruction surrounding nukes, you have nothing in this argument.
No, I think that having enough nuclear material to build 12 nuclear bombs within 30 days, whether at the moment they intend to do that or not, is enough justification to take out that nuclear grid.
Unfortunately,
it
isn't.
We've treated that very seriously ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. For example, Kazakhstan in the 1990s had enough nuclear grade material to build a nuclear bomb. We forced them to give up their nuclear material. Why would we allow Iran?
Not a justification.
No, answer me this question. Yes, it absolutely is. Why would we allow Iran to be in that position? Why would we? Because listen, for the moment,
because it's not up to us.
Okay.
We pulled out of the deal. We have no fucking say.
We know for a fact that they were
We pulled out of the deal. We have no say.
That's irrelevant.
France
That's
has.
not relevant.
Hey, yes, it is, Ryan. France has 60% uranium.
No, it's not.
Should we attack France?
You don't know how treaties work in international relations.
France has internet. You don't know how treaties work. Should we attack?
Okay.
No, Ryan. Your claim right now is a country that has 60% uranium. We should take them out and stop that 60%. Or is it just specific countries, Ryan?
I think it depends country by country. Yeah, I think it depends on the threat that they pose to the global community, as well as the benefits that we would gain. I mean, that's how you make the decision to go to war or not, right?
So wait. The United States poses a threat to the global community. You recognize this,
You
right?
think we should go to war with the United States?
Nope. I'm asking if another country said the United States poses a threat to the global community. The United States has nuclear weapons, including 60% enriched uranium, and that other country decides to attack the United States. Is that now justified?
So you're thinking in terms of morality.
Interesting that you're not. Interesting.
In reality,
I'm sorry. You are the one who brought up whether a country poses a global threat, not me. You brought that up. So again, I'm going to ask you the question, Ryan. I'm going to ask you the question.
Okay,
if a country views, you're not going to get out of this. You're not going to be able to dodge this question. If a country views the United States as a global threat, or even as a threat to their own interests, and they say the United States has nuclear weapons and we view the United States as a threat, considering, again, that the United States is the only country that's used fucking nukes. So they view the United States as a global threat because of this. Are they justified in attacking the United States? It's a yes or no question.
No, for quite a few reasons.
And what are those reasons?
Okay, so the first one is the United States actually has nuclear weapons. We could use them against them. The second is that. But no, hold on. Let me provide all of the reasons. The second is that the United States is a democracy that operates within international institutions and has proven that we can negotiate in good faith with many different other democracies.
We operate outside of it all the time.
Do.
We operate outside of them all the time. We break international treaties all the time.
Working with other. Hold on. When it comes to working with other democracies,
Ryan, this is so lazy.
Well. We have a very good track record on that. Just factually, yes, we do.
So lazy.
Okay? And then lastly, so Jovan,
lazy.
The actual calculus that you use when you're going to bring a nation into war is based off of a cost-benefit analysis. So what do you have to gain from?
I'm talking about is it justified, Ryan? We're talking about if it's justified, not about no. Ryan, no, it's not.
This is how war is
No, it's
justified.
not. No, it's not. Your right make
Yes, it
your right
absolutely is.
your might makes right analogy is not a justification. You're saying, well, we have to look at like
Not might makes right.
yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is.
It's a cost-benefit analysis. What are you going to gain from going to war? What
are you going to gain? What might you lose? And if
based off
you
of
are
that-
going to gain more than you're going to lose, then it's a justification. That's not justified.
It can be a justification, yes.
No,
going
it's
to
not.
war is much smarter in the case that you think you're going to win than going to war if you think you're going to
That's not a
lose. Do you disagree with that,
justification,
honestly?
Ryan. It's not a justification.
That absolutely is. That's how war is decided.
No, justifications,
That's literally
Ryan.
the backbone
When we're
of
talking about
international relations for the last
justifications,
5,000
when we're
years of
talking
human
about
history, Jovan.
justifications, Ryan, we're talking about is an action reasonable, warranted, or acceptable? Whether or not I win and get more stuff does not mean that action was justified. If I do a cost-benefit analysis, Ryan, if I do a cost-benefit analysis and I realize that if I go to your home and steal your PlayStation, I'm going to face very little consequences for that, right? Is that now justified for me to go steal your PlayStation? That's not the question I'm asking, Ryan. Why are you dodging every question?
There is no morality in the international order. It doesn't exist.
Ryan, the question is about justification. If you didn't want to have a conversation
you're
about justification,
morally loading it.
don't
You're
call
morally loading
in
the question,
with a
Jovan.
topic about justification. Obviously, I'm having a moral conversation here. I'm claiming it
it's
is
not a moral
unjustified.
conversation.
It is immoral.
Fundamentally.
Goodbye, Ryan. Get the fuck out of here. What kind of stupid shit, dude? I believe the war is justified. Here I've laid out why the war is not justified. Well, you're just trying to have a moral conversation. I don't think it's a moral conversation. You fucking idiot. And I knew you were going to be bad faith the minute you got up here. Do you have evidence of these things? No. Okay. Amazing. I wonder if the topic was about moral justification before you called in, Ryan. I wonder if the topic was about morally justifying the war or not. Wow. I wonder if the conversation when you called in was about justification. Could it have been? Yeah. Who would have known? Justifying wars has nothing to do with morality. What? Justification quite literally talks about whether it's morally acceptable to do something or ethical to do something. Ryan, you fucking idiot. I like how this person's like, this is why he won't debate Euro. Like, I didn't have an entire debate with Euro. Please. You said the ICMB stuff to the argument just destroys the 60% bullshit. I just think it's nonsense to say, well, because they enriched to 60%, that's grounds for attacking them. It's so stupid. Ryan also probably believes dropping the nukes on Japan was justified. I would disagree. Yes, it is grounds we don't allow enemies to possess the ability to make nukes. So it's justified if another country attacks. Ryan, it's pretty simple. That claim, the logical grounding of that claim leads to the fact that it would be justified for another country to attack America. If another country knew they could attack America without America launching nukes back at them, that would now be justified. This is why what you're saying is stupid. All it leads to is basically everyone can attack everybody. It's dumb. It's a stupid position. And then, you know, my favorite part of this is people will then go, well, they won't attack America because America has nukes. And I'm like, oh, so you're saying a country with nukes, they're able to deter America from targeting them? Wow. Almost seems like countries should have nukes then, doesn't it? North Korea doesn't seem to be getting attacked by the U.S. We're not bombing schoolgirls over there. No, Ryan, eat ass. You made terrible arguments. We're not doing this. Like, your arguments were jack shit. All right, let's bring up the next person. All right, coming up next is Sarah. Sarah's calling topic number 4, capitalism failing. Sarah, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yeah, my age is 42. My pronouns are she, her.
Okay. Sarah, I believe capitalism is failing. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
Well, is that your complete statement?
Yeah, I mean, I can go more in depth if you want. I believe capitalism is failing. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Well, before there was a couple of situations where you had some more words to add on to the end of the bullet point. So I wanted to make sure, because capitalism is failing. I mean, by the definition of capitalism, it's working perfectly. Private ownership owns industry, and that operates our economic and political system. I mean, it's doing what capitalism is.
Sure. I think that tells us what capitalism does, but it doesn't tell us if that's a failing system or not.
Okay, but I don't see that the system is failing, because it seems as though our trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit.
Yes, again, the definition of capitalism isn't making a declarative statement about its success or not.
No, but it does define what it is, right?
Yeah, I would not say that capitalism isn't operating the way it was designed to. That's not the claim I would make.
Well, let's make it simpler. Is our trade and industry controlled by state-owned?
I don't know what you're arguing here. I've not laid the position out that capitalism isn't currently what system we're operating under, and that it's not currently operating the way capitalism was designed to operate. I've not made that claim.
Okay, so then I guess you need to explain how you think capitalism was designed to work, and how is it failing?
Why would I don't need to explain why it was designed to work. I would just explain the parameters by which I'm talking about it failing.
But your statement is capitalism is failing.
Correct.
So I've provided, even though you don't like it, capitalism is defined by a country's trade and industry being controlled by private owners for profit. I think that you can look at any industry you want and see who owns it, and we see that private owners own all the industry, and they are certainly taking the profits. So I think
so far,
capitalism seems to be working.
Sarah, I don't think you're listening to me. I don't think you're listening to me.
I'm listening. I think you're not.
You're
I think you're not
talking
answering.
past me, Sarah. You're talking past me. Again, my statement is not that capitalism isn't operating the way it intends to operate. It's that it would be failing. If you'd like me to give you my parameters for failing, I can. But you're just talking
please
past me.
That way I
at
can
this
understand
point.
what you're saying. No, please do give me the
Great.
parameters. I'm listening.
When I talk about a system's success or failure rate, what I'm going to be looking at is how the lowest person in that system is treated / can survive / all of this. And what appears to be the case in capitalism's case, for lack of a better word, is that wealth is concentrated to 1% of people, while the rest of people have to try to survive, especially when we look at the global south, and who struggle to afford housing, healthcare, food, water, education, and basic necessities. So the system is failing because it's failing the person who sits at the lowest rung of the class ladder.
Okay. Are you finished?
Yep.
Okay. So class ladder, what's the other word for class ladder? Or what would be another word we would use more often? With a bit like the social ladder, is that correct?
Well, I know I would use
Or is
class.
it, I mean, maybe it's incorrect. Okay, but okay, class. Either way, capitalism is in reference to the economic and political system. It's not a reference to social or class.
Class is economics.
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with how well
Class is
any class
economics.
of people.
Class
It has
is-
nothing to
Sarah.
do with how well anybody. Well, okay. Class. What do you mean? Class is not economics.
Class is 100% economics.
Okay.
Class is about your position in society in regards to your wealth. That's 100% an economic stance.
Okay, but the system is not failing because it's doing what it's supposed to do. So I mean, it's
Then
not,
you're
capitalism isn't a
conceding,
structure.
Sarah. You're just conceding my point.
No. No, I think you misspoke in your point. I think
Nope,
that
I
that
didn't.
you're looking to capitalism to be some social safety net
Nope.
or have some sort of social responsibility that it doesn't.
Nope.
You're looking for capitalism to have some equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity,
Nope.
and that's okay. You just misunderstand what capitalism is.
Sarah. The condescension's got to stop first and foremost. I don't misunderstand what
your
capitalism
forte.
is.
Jovan, condescension
Sarah,
is your forte,
have
bud.
I been condescending to you in this entire conversation?
Absolutely, and you
Where?
are to everybody. That's just
Where
the thing. I'm
specifically?
not even bothered by it.
Where in this
But
conversation
don't
was
sit
I
there
condescending to you?
Tell me I need to tone it down. when
Where
that's
in this
your main
conversation
dish.
was I condescending to you?
Every time you say my name, you say it 3 times as though I didn't stop immediately when you first started talking.
Because you don't stop immediately.
Jovan.
Because you didn't stop. Do I need to play back the tape of me saying your name while you continue to talk?
Yes.
Sure,
You
I'll
know,
play
you
back
keep
the
saying
tape.
that. I don't think you're capable.
Of playing back the tape? Sure, I'll play back the tape right fucking now. What do you think? I'm fucking scared? What do you think this is? Now
No,
I'm
I'm
going
not
to be
scared.
condescending
I
because you're a
think
fucking
It can be a
asshole.
justification.
I don't
But
think
now
you're
I'll be.
scared.
It's
I
not.
think
Now
you're
I'll
very
be. Now
smart.
stop. I'm playing the tape back. Now I'll be condescending because you're being an asshole. So now I will be condescending. So let's pull the tape back of me specifically saying your name while you refused to stop speaking. Please provide me with
fine.
your
All right, let's
age
hear
and
it.
pronoun.
Is that
Let's pull it up.
working perfectly? It's economic.
That
But
tells
there's
us
more
what
to that
capitalism
thought.
does, but it doesn't tell us if that's a failing.
But or
of
no,
cap-
get simpler.
Let's even get to me just saying your name. I don't know what you're arguing here. What system we're operating under?
Okay, so
Why would I need?
but your statement is provided
find it.
even by private owners for profit. See who owns it are certainly taking the profits. So I think
Again,
that
Sarah,
so far
Sarah,
capitalism
Sarah.
seems to be working.
Sarah, oh wow! I don't think you're. There was me saying your name and you not stop talking. Wow, who could have seen that coming, Sarah? It did. Everybody heard it but you, apparently. Well, everybody in chat heard it except for you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not in chat. I'm on the phone, so I don't
Well,
hear it.
chat can confirm. Ask chat if that's what happened. They can confirm. So again, I was not being condescending to you in this entire conversation until you started with the condescension. Now I will be because you're being an asshole. I match
That's
my
fine.
energies.
You can be
If you're going to come
That's
in with
fine,
the
John.
energy, you're going to get the energy back. It's
Okay,
pretty simple.
So can we move past it? We'll both be condescending. Are you okay? Do you need a moment, or can we keep going?
Sarah,
You're real hung up on the condescension.
because you were condescending, Sarah. You were the asshole in this
I was
situation.
matching energy.
You didn't match any energies because as I just proved to the entire chat, I was not being condescending to you.
No. You proved that I kept talking when you said my name.
Which you claimed was the condescension. Your claim when I asked you, Sarah, when I was being condescending to you, you said when you said my name multiple times. I said your name multiple times because you did not listen and you kept talking.
Okay. Like I
So
said, are you okay, or
again-
can we move past this?
Again, do you want to show me where in this conversation I was being condescending to you?
No, are you trying to avoid this conversation about
Do you want to
capitalism
show
'cause
me
you know
where
you're
in this
screwed on it?
conversation I was being condescending to you?
No.
Exactly.
No, I want to talk about how
so you just
capitalism
said
is
it.
not
So
failing.
all you did, what you did, Sarah, is you came up here, you realized that you were losing in the debate, and went, "Well, I'm just gonna be
I'm ready to
condescending
talk
to
about it.
Jovan.
You're the one still
I'm
crying
just
about
gonna be
condescension.
I'm just gonna be
Your
yes,
feelings are
because
hurt.
it's fucking stupid. You did it to move away from the debate, and now you want to get back to the debate after I proved I wasn't being condescending to you. So
I was on the debate
again,
the whole time. You're the one that stopped to cry about condescension.
So again, you brought this up. All right. I asked why you were being condescending, and you said because you said my name a few times.
All right, Jovan, how about this? I'm going to concede to you the point on condescension. Can
Oh
we
my
get
God, that's
back
so
to the talk
gracious
about
of you.
capitalism?
Wow, that was so gracious.
It is gracious of me, but it seems like it's a hump
Wow.
you can't get over. So let's.
Wow, you're
I'm going to
so
concede
gracious.
the condescension
Wow.
point. Let's get back to capitalism.
Oh my God, however did I survive without you conceding the condescension point to me? Wow.
I don't know. You're going to keep crying about it, even though I conceded it.
However will I get over it? So again,
I don't think you will.
So
but we can try.
again, let's just talk about the debate here. I created the point of Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right. Who the fuck? You're right. Why did I talk? Why did I interrupt you interrupting me? My bad, Sarah. I definitely wasn't just talking just now.
You're just
wow. I definitely wasn't just trying to get back on track to the debate. Wow. No, go ahead, Sarah.
Seem really emotional.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Are you okay?
Go ahead. You want to talk? It's so
you made a
important.
point to
Talk.
somebody earlier about punching down. You said punching down in comedy wasn't okay.
Have I punched down at any point here?
No. I didn't say you punched. No. But you said that punching down wasn't okay, and you were speaking about in reference to somebody making black jokes, right?
Whoop-de-doo.
Well, so is that you? Are you admitting inferiority of the black race? Because that's your.
Hey, Sarah, just real quick. Does stupidity run in your family, Sarah? Does stupidity run in your family, or are you the exception here? I'm just really curious.
Can anybody
I'm just
in
so
your
curious.
family run?
I'm just so curious. Does stupidity run in your family, or are you the sole outlier?
No,
in this?
seriously.
I don't care. You're muted. I don't care. You wanted to get back to the debate so badly until I started getting back to the debate, in which now you want to go to, you're fat. I don't care. What I want you to do is potentially be a good faith interlocutor. I don't think it's possible for you, Sarah. Truly don't think it's possible for you. But right now you're in timeout because I have to treat you like a child. So right now you're in timeout like a child would be because you don't know how to behave. You have no house training, as I like to say. Maybe when you get out of timeout, you'll have house training. But right now you have none. Now I'm going to unmute you and let's see if you've developed some fucking skills. Some of which being, don't speak unless spoken to. So now you're unmuted. I don't want to hear a single word from you until I tell you it's your turn to talk. Again, back on track of the debate, because that's what I'm going to focus on, either the debate or you being bad faith. When I make the claim capitalism is failing, that means I create the framing of the argument. And the framing of the argument is that a system succeeds or fails based on whether or not it meets and satisfies human needs. Your claim is, well, it's succeeding because it's doing what it said it would do. Yet, I'm the one who made the affirmative claim, meaning I make the framing. So can you argue against my framing? Yes or no? If you continue to not speak when asked a question, I'm going to assume that's a concession.
You specifically told me not to speak until you said it was my turn to speak. So
Is asking a question not signifying to you that it's your turn to speak?
No, you said.
Sorry, I didn't realize how. I guess I thought you were smarter than you actually are.
Well, I'm sorry.
Now you can answer my yes or no question. You can answer my
I'm
yes
thought
or
by
no
the
question.
misogyny
I don't
of
give a
man
fuck.
telling a woman
I
not to
don't
speak and
care.
feel spoken
I'll
to.
be more misogynistic to you if you want. I don't give a fuck. Focus on the conversation here, Sarah. Instead of your
Okay,
bullshit.
I'm
No,
focusing.
now I don't give a fuck. You're muted again. Now you're back in timeout. Know your place in this conversation. Your place is under me. Not in that way. But I hold more weight than you in this conversation. Pun intended. So you're on mute again. You couldn't survive, so now you're back in timeout. Embarrassing. Now, obviously, chat, I know this isn't a serious person. Obviously, I know that this person is not being serious. Come on now. We're going to let them stay in timeout until I've decided that they can come back. Does this person have a call history? Not that I saw. They're probably calling off a fake number. That's what most of these people do who like to, bullshit things. They'll tend to call off of fake numbers. Sarah's still in timeout. I haven't decided whether they can come back yet or not. Getting more misogynistic now. Crazy. She's 42 on timeout. Well, you have to do that when people don't have house training. So, Sarah, I'm going to unmute you now. I want to hear nothing except the answer to this question. Do you want to argue my framing? Yes or no?
Yes.
So argue against my framing. You have 10 seconds to present an argument against my framing.
You are relying on capitalism to ensure certain standards of living for people, and that's not what capitalism does. That's not what capitalism is.
Your 10 seconds are up. I've never made the claim that capitalism must do this. My simple claim is that capitalism does not do this. Therefore, it's a failure of an economic system. So I asked you to argue my framing,
No.
and you still have not done that.
Okay. Here, one more for you. I'll restructure. So to your point, yes, capitalism is not a bicycle. I agree. That's the way you frame it. I expect capitalism to perform as a bicycle, and it doesn't, so capitalism has failed.
Again, not my framing. I know it's really hard for you. I know that you struggle with this. Seems like your education is a little lacking here. But again, my framing is that I'm going to judge economic systems based on how they collectively help the people in said economic systems. And if those economic systems fail to meet the needs of the humans living in those systems, I would determine that these systems are failures. The feudal system did exactly what it was meant to do. And I would still say feudalism is a failure of a system. So again, your inability to accurately target my framing and give an argument that targets my framing, nope, proves that you are not here.
You'll never be happy with any economic system if that's what you're looking for them to be.
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't. Yeah, definitely wouldn't.
No, if you're
Goodbye,
constantly
Sarah.
looking for a bicycle
It was not
to
fun.
be a pony.
Goodbye. It was not a fun conversation. It was definitely a conversation, but not a fun one. Someone said Sarah got kicked out of middle school for eating crayons. That's crazy. Anyway. We're going to take the next call in just a second. All right. Where were we? Jovan, can you share your sources for your takes on Japan and the atomic bombs? I don't really have any like off the top of my hand, but largely it's just that like the bombing was unnecessary. There's not really a source that I have for that. Do you think Jesus moans when he bounces on it? Probably. I do. Anyway, let's bring up the next call. Cool. All right, coming up next is David. David is calling from Tennessee. David is calling to talk about trans men and women being men and women. David, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I am 36, and it's going to be he, him.
All right, cool. Now, David, just to give you the position on this is I believe trans men and women are men and women because there is no single biological trait that is both necessary and exceptionless for defining man or woman. Therefore, I believe gender to be more of a social or psychological classification. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
Yes, I do disagree. Sorry, my production manager was just talking to me. Yeah, I totally disagree. Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
Well, and I'm very sorry. It's Jovan or Javon? I'm so sorry.
Jovan.
Jovan. Okay, cool. And my apologies, sir. I just got interrupted by my production manager. Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. I believe trans men and women are men and women because there is no single biological trait that is both necessary and exceptionalist for defining those terms. Therefore, gender would be more of a social or psychological classification.
Okay. Yeah, I disagree with that. Yes, sir.
Why?
Well, you know, I guess I am biased in my beliefs since I'm a Christian. You know, that Adam and Eve, man and woman. There's really no delineation in between, and it seems to me that.
Sorry, David. Are you driving right now?
No, sir. I'm parked.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can continue then.
Yeah. So, thumbing it down to everything just being man and woman seems to be the way that it was at the beginning of time, and there really hasn't been room for it outside of that. And it seems that all this started back in 2013, 2012, or maybe even earlier than that.
I don't mean to
Occupy
interrupt
Wall
you
Street
again,
movement.
David, but it doesn't seem like you're addressing the point that I made specifically.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm building up to it. Yes, sir. So all of this started as a ploy of distraction. It seems to me that the world's doing okay, and then all of a sudden you hear in news media and everything the word trans and LGBTQ start popping up, and things start to become sensationalized. And through that sensationalism, you have people that are betting on that now, and then you have a political party that's using that as a ploy. So there's an upheaval in, LGBTQ and the trans stuff. And through that, you have people that are saying, oh, well, I feel this way, so I am this way. Well, if the government says that it's okay, and then they've actually created a class for me. Actually, when you go out and fill out a job application, it says if you're male, female, or non-binary. And that shit irks the hell out of me.
David, you still haven't addressed my position.
There.
You still haven't addressed my position.
Can you recalibrate that position to make sure that we're on the same topic then?
You mean like you want me to reframe it? There is no biological trait that makes someone a man or a woman. Therefore, I would not define it using biology. I would define it using sociology or psychology.
Okay, well, what about chromosomes? You're either born with an XX or an XY chromosome. I mean,
some people are born with XXX or XXY or XYY. Some females are born with XY chromosomes. Some males are born with XX chromosomes. What?
Right, I understand that. And just because someone's born with two heads doesn't mean someone can come out and say tomorrow that, oh, I am now a two-headed person. That kind of doesn't make any sense to me.
They absolutely could if they have two heads.
But if they didn't have two heads and they just said, now I am a two-headed person, doesn't that seem insensical? Doesn't that kind of,
No, because we'd have an example of a person with two heads. So clearly humans can be born with two heads.
But yes, they can be born with two heads. But in all due respect, what I'm saying is if someone is born without two heads, a normal person, and they want to say that they have two heads, that would be incorrect, right?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Because your position earlier was that, describe it biologically, describe the biological differences in what makes a person male and female. And I said XX and XY chromosome. And your rebuttal was that, well, we have XXY and we have these other chromosomes.
Yes.
That's
yes,
okay.
when we are making category distinctions, David, when we're making category distinctions, those category distinctions have to be complete and all-encompassing. Like, you wouldn't say a square can have three sides. A square has to always have four sides. There are no three-sided squares. So if my claim is to be a man, you have to have XY chromosomes. There can be no exceptions to this, except there are.
What are those exceptions?
Males that don't possess XY chromosomes. They would be the exceptions.
Right. And they are uniquely classified based on
Doesn't matter. They're an exception which break the rule. Classification rules can't have exceptions.
They can, though, if they're only isolated to that specific biological makeup.
No, they can't.
How can they not?
Classification rules are all-encompassing, and they have to be 100%. Again, there are no three-sided squares. There are no two-sided triangles. There's no straight circles.
What would you describe as a classification rule?
Well, for instance, you're classifying it by chromosomes. That would be the classification rule. All men must have XY chromosomes, or all women must have XX chromosomes. Except we know that all these people don't have that. So therefore, this all statement on its face fails. You can say, typically, women have XX chromosomes, and that there is an atypical, and that's fine, in which case I would agree. But then trans women are the atypical. They're women without, some of them would have it, but they're women who would typically be without an XX chromosome distinction because it's about typical and atypical.
I understand, but I think it's a stretch to say that they would have an XY or a chromosome. I don't know if you would call it a deficiency or some type of biological change in their bodies that would allow them to do this. When if it's simple as XX and XY, I will agree that there are the outliers. There are the atypical classifications that may describe themselves as other than, but those are people that are actually physically born with a genetic malfunction, I guess you could say. But you just can't take one classification of people that are legitimately born with with an X, or let's just call it a chromosome dysfunction.
David, this is incorrect. This is a faulty framework. If you are making a classification system, it has to be all-encompassing. It has to be. I would never claim that in order to be a human, you have to have two legs. Because there are humans without two legs. Doesn't matter why they don't have two legs. Doesn't matter if they were in an accident. Doesn't matter if they were born without two legs. It doesn't matter if there was a mutation in their body that didn't give them two legs. If you say all humans must have two legs, then they all must. So I would never say this because we know that not all humans have two legs. Just like if you say all women must have XX chromosomes, this is untrue. We have women who have XY chromosomes. We have females who have XY chromosomes, sex cells. So this would be untrue. This classification is untrue. That's just how classification works. You can make generalized statements, but that's not scientific classification. That's just a generalized statement. No generalized statement is 100%. But if we're going to make classification rules and say that trans women cannot be women because of said classification rules, then they can have no exceptions.
So a generalization is an overall classification of one thing. So that
generalizations aren't scientific.
They
can't make scientific claims.
But I don't want to get off. I don't want to get off topic here. So if someone's born with one leg, that doesn't mean that their neighbor can all of a sudden take their leg and fold it up in their pants and say, "Oh, I'm also a person that has one leg too." When they
generally are not
so if a male takes his appendage and decides to fillet it and turn it inside outward, that does not make
you're not understanding the argument, David. You're not understanding the argument.
Okay. Well, please clarify at how I don't understand the argument, and please adjust your framework to make me look like an idiot. Then.
Well, me adjusting my framework isn't what's making you look like an idiot. It's me saying something very clearly that you are refusing to engage with. Classification rules cannot be generalizations.
I'm thirsty for answers.
Classification rules must be all-encompassing. They cannot be generalized. They cannot have exceptions. Not if we're doing exclusionary categories, like you are posing the point here. So if you are going to, again, when I say that there is no, like, for instance, all classifications have necessary conditions if they're exclusionary. So to be human would be an exclusionary category. There is something about us that makes us human. And now the question, well, right now, I'd say that'll actually probably change in the future. But right now, there's something about us that puts us into the species of human. It's not how many legs you have. It's not how many eyes you have. It's none of these biological traits. For human, the necessary condition would be being of the human genome, having human DNA, right? There are specific DNA matches that match up to being Homo sapiens, and we have those. That's why when you move slightly off with our DNA, you become a banana, or you become a chimpanzee, because they don't have the complete genome that we do. So if you're going to say there is something that is necessary to be a woman, then it has to be necessary. It has to be no exceptions. So what would that thing be? It can't be chromosomes. There are tons of exceptions to the chromosomes. So what is it? And if we're going to say that some people can get into the category with exceptions, I'm not willing to say that now others can't. You can't say these people can be women without the necessary condition, but trans people cannot. No, that's just not how that works.
I think if trans people want to be called something that wasn't biologically assigned to them, why can't they just be okay being called a trans person and not be okay with someone, quote unquote, misgendering them?
Okay, so one, they are okay with being referred to as trans people, but trans is just an adjective that we place on women or men. Women and men are still the umbrella category term. This is just the type of woman or man they are. Hold on
one second, brother. Hold on.
I don't want to.
Sorry about that. Duty called. Production manager wanted to talk. Look, man, I am not trying to change your mind on this. Obviously, I know your mind's very made up, and this is your show. I completely respect that. I called you to have a debate on this, but I feel like no matter what I say, there's going to be some type of deflection or some type of, well, you didn't say X.
I don't know how we're saying
topic.
deflection. I've been very much charitable in my response of your position. Right? What you're experiencing right now is that your position is illogical, and that when pushed with scrutiny, the logic falls apart. Which is the purpose of a debate, is to push people on their positions and see if those positions hold logical weight.
Right. I completely respect that. You're absolutely right.
So when you give me, again, if the general thesis here is that trans men and women are not men and women, that means that the category of men and women is exclusionary. There are people who cannot fall into those categories, which is fine. I also believe it's exclusionary, but our reasons for believing it's exclusionary are different. I don't believe it's exclusionary based on some sexually biological trait. You do. And so I'm asking you for that trait, in which the case you would have to give me a trait that has 0 exceptions. Because the minute it has an exception, it's no longer necessary. Necessary conditions can have no exceptions.
I'm sorry, brother. I got a customer walking up to me. What do you mean?
Should I just move on? Someone paid to boot. I'm just gonna move on. Go do your job. I'm just gonna do your job, homie. Who was that on YouTube that paid to move on a couple minutes ago? I was waiting for the 20 minutes, but at this point, right? Who was that? It's not showing up in my thing. Why does YouTube not show all of my super chats? Why does it hide some of them? All right, we still got a bunch of calls today. We'll start with this one. Billy, I see you in there. Just hold for me. We're going to try to get through the debates first. I feel like we have enough that I'm going to cut the suspend new calls. We have like 5 people in the queue. So we'll close the call-in lines. It'll take us at least an hour, hopefully, to get through all 5 of these. If not, I'll open it back up. Coming up next is Anthony. Anthony is calling from Croatia to talk about the Iran war being unjustified. Anthony, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hello. 21, he, him.
Okay. Now, Anthony, just to get it out of the way, I believe the Iran war is unjustified because there's no evidence that Iran was building nuclear weapons, which was the purpose, as stated by the Trump administration, for the start of this war. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
You say that there's no evidence
Correct.
that they are building nuclear.
Correct.
How do you say that?
I'm sorry?
For what do they need? For what do they need enriched uranium then?
For whatever reason they want it. Any country can have enriched uranium. We have enriched uranium. So, like, whatever reason they want to have enriched
Yeah,
uranium.
but we have nuclear bombs, and they are a terrorist regime.
The United States is a terrorist regime. So, like, if that's the case.
No, they are not like Iran.
Oh, really? What's the difference?
Do we hang women?
Yes.
No, we don't. When?
Yes, we do. We've hung a bunch of
When?
people.
When?
All throughout our history. Salem witch trials.
Yeah, but we improved. We
We
use
still, I mean,
nukes
yeah,
as,
sure, we don't hang them now. We just use lethal injection.
Look. If Iran got nuclear weapons, they would use them. And
What's
they
the
use
only
their,
country?
terrorist proxies. They
What's
use
the
them.
only Anthony? What's the only country in the world that's used nuclear weapons?
The United States, because
Okay.
it's the best country in the world.
No, we're so far the only country that's used nukes, right?
Yes, correct.
So you can't really use the argument like, well, if they get nukes, they'll use them. Yeah, we used them. We did. We're the only people that have. Tons of countries have nukes. And the only country that's ever used them is us.
Yeah,
it actually appears that like
United
when most
States
countries have nukes, they don't
United
use them.
States showed its power, and nobody had the balls to use them again, because the United States would crush them. You know.
No, the reason nobody uses
And
them is because of mutually assured
first of all,
destruction.
you said that there's no evidence that they are building nuclear bombs. Of
Correct.
course, the whole war is because they are building the nuclear bombs. What is their motive for the war then, if they are not building the nuclear bombs?
Well, so those are two different questions.
Yes.
So question one, if Iran is not built, or question number one, maybe they're not two different questions. It's just framed weirdly. So Iran is not building nukes. There's no evidence of them building nukes. All the evidence points to the opposite. Iran, the reason we went to war with Iran, the stated reason is nukes. The real reason is probably in defense of Israel.
So you think that we are in the war because of Israel?
I think we're absolutely... Netanyahu has been trying to convince U.S. presidents to bomb Iran since 1993. He just finally convinced one to do it. We literally have video of him on TV telling us that Iran has been 2 weeks away from nukes since the 90s. All of which is untrue.
But what about the terrorist proxies of the Iran?
What about the terrorist proxies of the United States?
Yes.
Again, it just seems like
I
we're not holding.
I wouldn't say that they are terrorist proxies.
The United States has tons of terrorist proxies, i.e., Israel, who's literally committing a genocide.
I don't think that they are committing a genocide.
It's great that you don't think that, but like the international courts disagree with you.
Well, I don't know.
Like, I don't think that like peanut butter tastes good with
Look,
bananas, but that doesn't mean that it's true.
Let's say this way. Let's say this way. If you are correct, if they are in war with Iran because of Israel, then I don't support the war, of course. But if they are really building nuclear bombs, then I think it's justified. If they,
They
are
are not
building
nuclear
bombs,
bombs.
if they are, then I think it's justified. But if they are not building the nuclear bombs and it's because Israel told them so to do it, then I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah, again, they are not building nuclear weapons. We have plenty of evidence that suggests that they had not restarted their nuclear weapons program.
Okay then, but from what I've read so far and from what I think so far, I think that they are because the United States told them to give them the enriched uranium that
The
they
United
have,
States,
and they
the United
didn't want
States has
to
no
give them the
claim.
enriched uranium. Why? If they are
The United
if that,
States,
if,
the United States has no claim to Iran's nuclear material. They have none. They have no legal justification to it. So they can't just say, well,
They do
because
because-
you. No, they don't. There is
well,
none.
They do because if let's say Israel is a Middle
The
Eastern
United States
ally
is not the
to the
world
United
police,
States, they don't want
Anthony.
the
United States is
they
not the
don't
world
want them
police.
to
They can't
bomb
just
Israel the first day they
no,
can. They
Anthony. The United States is not the world police. They can't go to an independent nation and say hand over your nuclear material. The United States does not have that authority.
Well, they can if it's an international threat.
And again, they pose no nuclear threat.
What if they do?
They don't. We don't attack
Well-
people based on what ifs and maybes. If that's the case, what country did you say you're from?
Well, from Croatia,
Can I bomb Croatia because, like, what if Croatia's building nukes?
It's not a what if. If
It
there's
is a
proof
what
that
if.
they are building.
Actually, it's not a what
there's
if.
proof-
It's not a what if. They absolutely weren't. The International Atomic Energy Agency said there's no proof Iran was building any nukes. The Arms Control Association said Iran posed no nuclear threat.
Well,
The
okay,
United
then I
States'
agree with
own
you.
threat
Then
assessment.
I agree with you.
Okay, then you agree.
Then I
So
agree with you.
Then you agree.
I
the
agree
war
with you
is
if they are building
isn't
nukes,
justified.
but I think that they are building nukes, and I think it's justified
But you think
if they are building nukes.
you have no reason to think they're building nukes. You have none, zero, zip, nada, zilch.
Well, I haven't read any of those things that you named.
I
I've
wouldn't
seen
expect you to have.
the reports, the news.
You
and
haven't
that's it.
seen any reports. All the reports said the same thing. They weren't building nukes.
I don't know. I haven't been too informed on this, but if that's what I'm saying, if they are building nukes, from what I've seen, I know I have friends from Iran, and it's the government there. It's horrible.
How would
It's
your friend
literally terrorist regime.
Again, if we're going to talk about terrorism, the United States is probably the biggest funder of global terror in the world.
The United States, you have the most freedom in the United States.
Yes, because we're constantly swinging our worldwide dick around to fuck with other countries. Look at the Contras in Nicaragua. That was us. That was sheer terrorism. Look at the look at the Kurds. Look at the fucking the Kurdish militia.
Yeah, United States that's did some bad things. I know.
This idea that the United States, it's the global essentialism. The United States has this preordained, unfallible view on global politics, so they should be able to do whatever they want. No. Honestly, if it stops the U.S. from unjustly attacking them, maybe Iran should have nuclear weapons. North Korea doesn't seem to get attacked by the United States because they're afraid of mutually assured destruction.
North Korea is not the same thing as Iran. North Korea is not the same thing as Iran.
Duh. The point I'm making is it
North
seems
Korea
like
is not-
countries
not-
it seems like
not- North Korea
countries
is
where
not
the
the
United
same-
States hold on. What I'm showing here is that it seems like countries that are against the US for whatever reason tend to not be fucked with when they have nukes.
well, the issue is Iran would probably use it.
Let me ask you a question. Do
Why
you know
North
why?
Korea,
Do
for
you know why
example,
Iran hates the U.S.
North
so
Korea
much?
is an isolated place, and the if we attack North Korea, it would be catastrophic because
Anthony.
then South Korea would get
Anthony.
involved, China would
Anthony.
get involved. It's a catastrophic if we attack North Korea. It's not the
Anthony.
same thing, and it's
Anthony.
not just the nuclear bombs. You see what they are
Anthony.
doing with the Strait of Hormuz.
Anthony.
They are disrupting the world.
Oh my God.
The world world. They are disrupting.
Anthony, do you know why Iran hates the United States?
Why? I don't. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
So Iran had an election years ago, where they democratically voted in a leader of their country. The United States then decided we're going to fund a coup, have that leader killed, and install the Shah dictatorship. And the Shahs in Iran,
Dictatorship.
the Shahs.
What's that? What's the Shah's dictatorship?
So the Shahs the Shahs. I keep pronouncing it kind of wrong, but they ruled Iran until the Iranian Revolution, right? So they were military officials. They were like military people. They were super authoritarian. They were super corrupt. They had secret police running through Iran, doing all this fucked up shit. The United States, we put them in charge. It was a coup. There was literally a coup where we got rid of Mossadegh, and because we got rid of him because he was nationalizing Iran's oil industry, and the United States didn't like that. Britain joined us on this. We restored the Shah's power, even though the people had just voted them out of power, and the Shahs went fucking crazy. And then the only reason why the Ayatollah was able to rise to power is because they amassed enough power to overthrow the Shahs. And when they did this, they then stated, well, we don't fuck with the United States. We don't like the United States because the United States backed a dictatorship in our country simply because of oil. That's the reason there's contention right now between the United States and Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel being a threat or any of this stuff. It is solely to do with the fact that Iran wouldn't fucking kneel to us. That's it.
I see. Well, I agree that the United States does some horrible things, are not just in Iran, in all around the world. But it's very powerful today. Maybe it's starting to lose a bit of its power today. But let's see. Again, I say that if they are seriously building nuclear bombs, then
they're not
justified. If they are not, wait. If they are not, and they are just doing this because Israel says them to do it, because I don't know, it's a threat to Israel or whatever, then maybe it's unjustified correctly.
Here's the beauty. We don't need to speculate. We have all of the sources from both domestic and international reports.
Yes.
They were not building nukes.
I understand. I'll have to read it, and I'll have to do more research, of course, because I haven't been too much.
Well, go and do that, and then you'll be all set.
United States. I don't think the United States just because of money, because my country was at war from, I don't know, around 1995, and United States made a settlement for our people, and they stopped the war. If it wasn't for the United States, I don't know where I would be. My family
it is almost always because of money. Anthony, thank you for calling in. I'm going to move on to the next caller.
Okay, thank you.
If Iran was doing this thing that they're not doing, then we could attack them. Essentially what it boils down to. All right, coming up next is S. S is calling from, I think, either Michigan or Minnesota. I don't know the fucking state things. S, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I am 22. My pronouns are they, them.
Okay, and S, you're calling to disagree with the topic capitalism is failing. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. All right. Let me just get everything pulled up here. Okay. Where was I? Give me 1 second. S. Okay, here it is. All right. S, I believe capitalism is failing because it increasingly concentrates wealth into the hands of the 1%, while millions of working class people struggle to afford housing, healthcare, education, and basic necessities, despite the fact that they're more productive than they ever have been before. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I mean, I agree. Like everything that you said was completely factual. It is the case that capitalism necessarily concentrates wealth, and productivity has been higher than it ever was. But like, I guess my two things would be, in order to say like it's specifically failing, you have to compare it to other systems, and also like historically, right? And also, I forgot the other one. I think that's my main contention. But
Yeah, I would just argue that you don't need to compare it to say it's failing when I've given the parameters of what a failing grade would be. I don't even need to say this other system would be better. I can just point to here's the reasons why I believe it's failing.
I see. I mean, but okay. I mean, I don't deny that it has bad outcomes, but like, so does like I don't know if I can necessarily agree with your parameters for what failing is, right? Like, yeah, it has bad outcomes, but
Parameters
if it's like,
of what you don't
like,
agree with
if
my
I explain it
parameters
as,
of failing.
I don't agree with the definition of failing, if that makes sense, because you're basically pointing at the fact that capitalism has bad outcomes, which I completely agree with, and saying that that is an indication of it failing. Whereas I would say like you need to compare it to other things, because it's kind of a lesser of two evils situation in most cases, right?
Again,
like every system will have bad outcomes.
I disagree. I would disagree heavily. And even if I were going to say it's the lesser of two evils, I would never make that assumption. I don't think a system that is built on theft and can only work when it's actively stealing is a system that is the lesser of two evils.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like, let me ask you a question.
I mean, I agree. Like,
let me ask you a question.
Sure,
Would you agree or disagree that money is a finite resource?
I would. Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean. I guess in the current economy, yeah, it's a finite resource.
Yeah,
right?
there's not infinite
There are a
money
limited amount of
in the
bills
economy at any given point in time. There's a direct.
Correct. Correct.
Great. So then, if it is the case, that means in order for someone to be rich, someone must be poor. That money must come from someone. So a system.
Yes, I would agree.
A system in which we have people like Elon Musk who are worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and then you have people who live in abject poverty, is not a system that is succeeding. Money is actively being extracted from the lower classes at an exorbitant rate. I think the last time I looked at the stat, it was 63% of all new wealth generated go to 1% of the people on the planet. 63%.
Yeah.
That's inherently unfair.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So I don't know how I could ever claim that this system is the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. But I think that like this system is doing a little bit of heavy lifting, how can you say that like that's all capitalism, right? Because under FDR we also had capitalism, and the living standards of everybody increased, right? Like so even
in
if
America,
like I accept that money is finite.
wait, hold on.
And
In
some
America,
percent. Sorry, go ahead.
right? You're talking about
Yes,
in
in
America
America, yes.
specifically. I don't speak on just the U.S. I speak globally because capitalism is a global system. So yes, while at these times,
Okay, yeah.
like when FDR was in charge and he'd gotten us out of the depression and whatnot, sure, America was doing generally okay. In the 50s and 60s, America was doing. I wouldn't even say America. White America was doing generally okay. The rest of us weren't like doing as great, but white America was doing okay. Capitalism only works when the wealth is being extracted from somewhere. So white America was doing pretty okay because that wealth was being extracted from black America, right? They were utilizing our labor at a way cheaper price because they could. Now, at least until the Fair
Right,
Hiring
yeah.
Acts and stuff like that. But even then, America tends to do well because it can extract its wealth from other countries in the global south.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I would also like say that I agree with the idea that capitalism is a failed system in other countries. Like for example, Vietnam, it's 100% a failed system, and socialism has done them, a lot more development. Other also South American countries have done a lot better under socialism versus under colonialism, capitalism, however you want to call it. But so you're basically saying that like all of the boons of capitalism come from like exploiting like for example asymmetric trade deals, right? Or like neocolonialism, right? That's basically what you're saying?
I would say in order for capitalism to prosper, it has to be exploitative. It cannot pay people the true value of their labor because it must turn a profit. And once you've accounted for
Correct.
as low as you can on like production cost, the only place to generate that profit is labor cost. And so what capitalism does is it extracts labor. I mean, this is why capitalism really liked slavery. I mean, so much so that there's still slavery
Correct.
in the Congo, right? Our iPhones only exist because slaves are mining the cobalt, right? Capitalism loves the usage of labor. So yeah, in order for capitalism to exist, it must extract that labor or it must extract that wealth from somewhere. That would be my
Got it.
position.
I would just say that like I guess my position is I don't even know if I would say agnostic on capitalism. I would say I'm agnostic on markets, because basically my position where I'm coming from is I used to be like a super firebrand socialist, but after like looking into the history of markets under, for example, the USSR and so on, it seems that like there's some kind of necessity for like free trade between people, which is like, as far as I understand, it will almost always generate these kinds of like exploitative or like relations that exploit labor, right? So, I mean, that's like kind of where I'm coming from, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, I just don't see. God, how do I want to phrase this? Like, to me, it doesn't seem like we're like our reasonings for excusing the things of capitalism don't seem as laid out as I think they should be on your end.
Wait, could you say that again?
Like, it doesn't seem like the reasons you have to be playing devil's advocate for capitalism seem to be well constructed, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't know if I'm necessarily playing devil's advocate, because in my head, I'm just thinking of capitalism and like the existence of markets as one and the same thing. But like you're kind of drawing this distinction where capitalism is always like almost supremely exploitative utilization of free markets in a sense, right? So, I mean, I think that maybe that's where we're disagreeing. Like, I would just be curious on what your position on markets are. Like, yeah.
I don't see the need for markets.
Okay, but then what would you like say about, for example, the Soviet Union, right, where there were black markets for like exchanging goods that were necessary for meeting like production quotas?
What would I say about the Soviet Union's markets? I would disagree with them like I disagree with all markets. I don't simp for the Soviet Union.
I see. Yeah, that's a fair position. That's a fair position. I mean, it just seems like, well, when you say you disagree with markets, is that more of like an idealistic position, or more of a like something that's based in like, you know, that, or you believe that certain systems have worked without markets and it's a more effective way to like distribute resources in an actual society? Or is it just an ideal?
Sorry, say this again. Do I believe that certain... Start again for
Like,
me.
do you
on that
have
one.
like a history? Yeah. So basically, do you believe that like there has been historical societies that don't have like markets that had good distribution of resources, or like favorable distribution of resources, and that's why you don't believe in markets? Or do you not believe in markets because it's like inherently exploitative or something like that?
Yeah, I think markets probably are inherently exploitative.
Okay. I mean, I think then in that case, I think that we would just kind of disagree on, like, I think we would actually basically agree on everything. The only thing I would say is that, like, I think markets are still necessary, even if they are like inherently exploitative. So
I think
mean,
the only way
not really
markets
much
could
we
the
can
only
do.
way markets could not be exploitative is if the two the exchange that's happening in the markets are happening by two parties with equal power, and it's just not the case.
I see. Okay, wait, but that's different, right? So you're
No,
you're saying that there is
that would be
a
exploitative.
case.
I don't think that can ever not. I don't think that can
would
ever
still
not be the
exploit-
case. I don't think you can create a
okay,
market that
got it,
doesn't
got it.
have two parties with disequal power distribution.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess in that case, I don't see where we can go from here. But thanks for running your show. I've been a long time listener. I was just curious on your position on this.
Yeah,
But
sure.
thanks for everything you do.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
Yeah, I just feel like once you get to the point where it's a market with equal power in it, then you've gotten rid of the market altogether. You just had socialism at that point. All right, we got 3 people in the queue. One is Billy that we're going to get to for office hours, and then we have 2 others. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Music till I get back. I'm going to go potty, and then I'll be right back. I got pee. All right, gang, gang. All right. Let's bring in the next person. Coming up next is Joel. Joel is calling from Florida to talk about topic number 2, trans men and women being men and women. Joel, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
36 years old, he, him.
All right, great, Joel. Let me just put that all down for you. Now, Joel, just so you're aware, I do believe trans men and women are men and women because I don't believe there is any one biological trait that is necessary and exceptionless for defining gender. Therefore, gender would be defined via social or cultural or psychological norms. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Yeah, I disagree for sure. But just a quick question. Do you believe all these topics wholeheartedly, or
Yes.
are these just topics that you feel like you can debate on?
These are all things I believe. I don't debate
You
stuff I
believe.
don't
So
believe.
just because I see that the topics is like Iran is unjustified, trans men and women are men and women, gender affirming care, like it falls into like, so, and none of these because I feel, just a little off topic, but just real fast, I feel like a lot of people tend to fall, like when they feel like they lean a little more left, they tend to fall way left, and they feel like they have to defend these topics, even though wholeheartedly they don't really believe
Well,
them. And they
Joel,
have
I'm
to,
about
like,
as left as you
you
can
know,
go. I'm a full-blooded communist, so I'm about as left as someone can get.
okay, so in all these topics.
Sure.
Okay. So earlier when you were saying about, because I agree with some of it, and not all of it, but some of it. So when you were saying about Israel and the issue with Palestine, do you believe that Israel is a bad country or a good country?
I believe all countries are bad countries because I don't believe
Every
countries
single
should
country in the world?
exist. Yes, I don't believe countries should exist, but I would definitely, I would say more, more so like theocracies are probably worse.
Worse. I agree. Do you believe that Israel has the best interest in America?
No, I believe Israel has the best interest of Israel at heart, just like I believe America has the best interest of America at heart. I don't believe any of these countries are really vying for the best interest of another country.
Okay. Do you believe that Israel, like, what do you think about Zionism?
What do I believe about Zionism? That it's dumb.
That it's dumb? Do you think it's bad?
Yeah, probably.
Probably or 100%?
Tends to lead to genocide. So yeah.
It tends to lead to genocide and a couple other things as well. Do you believe that Zionism promotes degeneracy?
No.
You don't believe that?
No.
So you don't believe that Zionists ever commit psyops in any way?
What does that have to do with degeneracy?
Well, you could promote degeneracy through psyops.
No, I don't believe Zionism is promoting degeneracy. No, I believe it's promoting like ethnic nationalism, but not degeneracy. No.
You don't think they promote things that are bad, like, for example, rap music?
No, that would be something really stupid to say.
You don't think so at all? You don't think that
no, I think it would be
Israel
really dumb to say,
control?
so I would not. Correct. I don't think Israel is in control of rap music, so I think it would be really stupid to say, so that's why I would never say it. I think only stupid people would make that position.
Well, a lot of people make that position that are actual
Then
rappers and people that own studios
stupid.
make that position.
Then those people are stupid.
So you don't think that Israel has any people in position and power when it comes to media?
I don't think Israel cares about rap music. I believe Israel does care about the media, and that's why companies like Oracle have an outward stated goal of promoting pro-Israel content. But this is different than Israel like running a psyop in the rap industry. No, again, I think that would be stupid to say, and I think only dumb people would say it.
Okay, I disagree. I believe they do run psyops all the time and promote degeneracy.
If you want to be stupid, that's your prerogative, not mine.
Yeah. So, do you have any influence from them?
Do I have any influence from what?
From any Israel, AIPAC?
I'm not a politician. How would I have
Contributors?
influence from AIPAC? That's a political PAC.
You can get AIPAC and not be a politician. That's not true.
It's a political PAC.
Kai Cenat received AIPAC money.
No, he didn't.
And he's not a politician, is he?
No, he didn't.
You can look it up right now. I'll stay here on the phone with you while you look it up.
You're just. What are we doing?
I'm just asking you. You got to see where we're at.
Yeah, I just fact checked it. There's no credible public evidence that Kai Cenat received money from AIPAC. The claim appears to come from a viral social media post and graphics that misuse and exaggerate unrelated information. There's no FEC records. There's no credible investigative reporting. Sounds like you are being psyoped by Facebook, is what this sounds like.
So you don't think Israel sends any money to anybody to promote? Like, I mean, they admitted it themselves. They sent $7,000 to influencers in order to promote pro-Zionist ideology.
Israel pays influencers all the time, just like every place does. But Israel pays them to come and do pro-Israel propaganda. Kai Cenat doesn't do pro-Israel propaganda. What nonsense is this?
Okay.
Joel, have you ever searched something up after reading about it, or do you just take it at face value?
No, I look it up. I mean, there was a lot of people that were claiming that.
Okay, well, a lot of people claim that unicorns
it
are
wasn't
real,
just a
but that
single
doesn't
source.
make them real, right?
Right. So when it comes to the men and women, you're saying that basically there's no difference between men and women except for social ideologies?
The only difference there would be between men and women are behavioral, cultural, or social in nature. There's no biological difference between men and women. There are biological differences in the
What about
sexes,
physical?
but there's no physical differences between men and women. Because men and women are not biological terms.
What about the bone structures?
That would be a sex-based thing. Males and females,
Sex-based,
not
as
men
in male and female?
Correct.
So you do believe in male and female only, or you believe there's multiple genders?
Male and female would be sex. Man and woman would be gender.
Man and woman would be gender.
Correct.
Well, what? All right. So you're saying that a man can be male or female?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not following that. Doesn't make sense to me.
I wouldn't expect it to.
So you're saying man and women is not the same as male and female?
Correct. Two different words with two different definitions.
But so you do agree that man and women, they're only men and women when it comes to sex?
I wouldn't say sex has any play into men and women.
So basically you're saying that men and women is just words that are attached to how a person feels?
Man and woman would be classifiers of gender, which would signify cultural, social, or psychological behaviors or attributes. Whereas male and female would be classifiers of sex, which would signify biological attributes of sexual reproduction.
Okay, so yeah, it's just confusing to me. So as you're basically saying that men is just a description that's for social for like basically like social ideology. It's not really an actual physical or scientific term.
Something being social is still scientific. Sociology is a form of science. What I'm saying is that man and woman
because man or women by definition is based on genetics and physical traits, right?
No.
No?
No.
Because what I see here is biological and scientific definition. What would consider a man and a woman is genetics and physical traits.
No.
So is that not true?
Gender is going to refer to sociologically constructed roles, behaviors, and expressions. Sex is going to refer to traits associated with biological reproduction.
And what do you? Honestly, it's really confusing to me. So, okay, I guess what you're saying is you could be born a man, but you can say you're a woman. That makes you a woman.
What makes you a woman is going to be a complex alignment of your brain's perception on your sex to the way your brain classifies any of the gender categories. That's what would make you a man or a woman. What makes you male or female is
Can a
going to
woman
be
have
different.
children?
Some women can have children, yes.
And some men, and can men have children?
Some men can have children, yes.
Men who were born female.
Yes, some men who were born female can have children, yes.
Okay, I guess what you're, I'm thinking of a more literal sense, and you're thinking it more of like.
What you are
I don't know, I
doing is
guess like
conflating biology with sociology. You're conflating gender and sex. I don't conflate gender and sex. I recognize them as two different terms and two different categories that relate to two different things. You are conflating them and saying they're the same.
Do you believe there's only male and female when it comes to sex?
Sex is not binary. Sex is on a bimodal distribution. Sex has two extremes, at least of what we know about mammals. One day we could learn something different, but for right now, for mammals, which we are, there seems to be two extremes where you can fall in between those two extremes on the distribution model. It's a spectrum.
Where there's only two sides to that spectrum, correct?
A spectrum would typically have a bimodal distribution of a spectrum would have two extremes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I mean I don't disagree with you in that. I guess what you're saying is like, yeah, there's male and female sex, but when it comes to actual gender, that's more based on what the person believes in their perspective.
Yes, when it comes to gender, it would be more, not less believe, but more just a relationship between a person's mind and like specifically the sex they identify, the sex that their brain, the way that their brain subconsciously views their sex versus the way their brain has classified whatever sex or gender category they're looking at.
So a woman born a woman who then transitions to a man, would you still consider them a female?
Some women who have transitioned are female because they would meet the classifications on the distribution model of female. Sex is not just genotypic, sex is also phenotypic. And if you change enough of your sexual traits, you are labeled both scientifically and medically female. There are trans women who, when they go to the doctors, their hospital band says female because their doctors treat them as female because they need to for a litany of medical reasons. So, yes, you can change your sex. As of right now,
but you can't change your bones.
Bones are not the only aspect of sex, and they're not sex determinant traits.
I mean, you can determine if a male and female by bones for sure, without a doubt.
Sometimes.
I mean,
there's
like
60%. No, there's like 60% inaccuracy. We look at specific regions of the bones, and those oftentimes don't signify everything we expect them
to. It's
this
almost
is why
everything. I mean,
really quickly, Joel. No, not really. But this is why when we pull up skeletons from like the past, I don't know if you've ever looked, we get that wrong all the time. Where we think a skeleton from the past was male or female, and it turns out we were wrong about that. What archaeologists tend to use to determine the sex of a burial is the items that they were buried with, not their bones. It's actually, bones are really, really inaccurate. Inaccurate's not the term I'm looking for. What's the term I'm looking for? Unreliable. They're unreliable.
I've never heard of that. I've heard of that before.
Ask archaeologists. They'll tell you the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I see it, but I don't see anything on that. I mean, it says it's 90 to 100% accurate on adult skeletons.
If you have the pelvis, it can be 90 to
Pelvis,
95%.
skull, long bones, foot bones, hand bones.
The way they look at it is they look at the shape of the pelvis.
The
typically.
foot bones are 90%. The foot bones are 90% accurate.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now, so not trying to say that you're a liar, but that 60% number. Where'd you get that from?
I understand that your initial Google search is confirming with you based on probably the AI overview of Google, but I don't use the AI overview.
You use what?
Well, I'm going to actually dig into the sources on these things. So yes, skeletons can be
Boston University.
Okay, homie. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. Don't get mad. I'm just saying that you were wrong. It's not 60%. Boston University right now confirms 90% accuracy.
Joel, with intact skeletons, an intact skeleton can have a high accuracy rate. Human skeletons don't remain intact.
No, they
for
said
that
they
long,
could tell
Joel.
with just a foot bone.
Joel.
I'm reading it right now. With just a foot bone, you can tell.
Joel.
I'm looking at the article right now.
Joel.
Joanne Stevenson, published in 2024.
Joel.
She's a forensic anthropologist.
Joel. Intact skeletons don't just mean that you have all the bones connected. It means that the bones you're analyzing are fully intact. I've not denied that skeletons
I'm right.
are.
You can tell if it's male or female by the bones.
I don't know why listening has become difficult for you. As I have stated,
I think you're just getting triggered because I just proved that it's 96% accurate. 90% accurate with just the foot bones.
How many times do I have to say with a complete skeleton? With complete bones.
Okay, with a complete skeleton. Then let's say that if we find 10 complete skeletons.
Oh my God. Jesus
if
Christ.
we find 10 complete skeletons of women.
Talking. Joel, stop
if
talking.
we find 10 complete skeletons of women, would you know that they're male or female?
Joel.
This is what happens with the left. When they get hit with the truth, they start to do this.
Joel, you won't shut up.
You keep saying Joel, but you don't want to agree with me.
Because you don't stop talking, Joel. Because you don't stop talking.
But it's okay to be wrong.
Joel, you have
You're
not
getting very
stopped
triggered.
talking.
Like,
Joel,
look how mad you're getting because I just proved you were wrong.
I'm going to mute you now. Because apparently, listening is impossible for you. So again, I have never stated that there are not biological differences between males and females. I've never stated this. What I have stated is that when it comes to bone analysis, if you do not have a complete skeleton, it becomes decreasingly harder to identify. We get it wrong all of the time. This has been the statement I made from the beginning. Now, yes, you can look at a skeleton to determine whether it is male or female. Okay? However, this does not tell us whether it's a man or a woman. Just FYI. Now, Joel, now you can speak.
All right. So if we find 10 intact female skeletons, can you tell that they're male or female?
I've never denied this, Joel.
You did. You just tried to deny it this whole time.
No, I didn't. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so if we find, so you agree with me that if 10 women transition to men.
Goddamn, Joel.
Are you gonna let me
Holy
talk now, or are
shit.
you gonna keep going?
Holy shit. I want you to be
If
honest
10
in your
women
framing of the
transition-
conversation.
You want me to finish?
I want you to be honest with your
If
framing of the
10
conversation.
women transition, if 10 women transition to men, and those 10 women's bones are found intact, would they consider them male or female?
If 10 sets of bones were found intact, and you could accurately register the pelvic region, and you could accurately register these other things, and there's been no degradation, okay, then yes, you could use that to determine sex, or at least genotypic sex of the body. Yes.
Right, that's the point that I was trying to make.
It wasn't,
that bones is a way to determine male or female.
It's a way to determine genotypic sex. That's all it can tell you.
Right,
Is
male or
potentially your
female,
genotypic
whether
sex.
born male or female.
Okay, you don't know what... This is what I'm talking about. You don't even know what these terms mean.
Okay, I mean, forget about what the terms mean. Is it true or not true?
That it can
if you
help
find
you
10
determine
intact female
genotypic
bodies that
sex,
transition to men, they would be considered 10 females. Nobody would look
What
at
does
those
that
bones and say,
matter?
"Oh, these are 10 women that transition."
What does this matter? What does this matter? In the argument we're having
It
right now,
does
what
matter
does this
because
matter?
that means there's only
What
two
does
sexes.
it matter?
There's male
In the
or
argument
female.
we're having right... Joel, have I ever denied that male and female are the sex distributions? No.
So you
what
agree
you're
that male
doing...
cannot become female?
Okay. I'm going to just mute you because this is getting fucking insane. Oh, Barbara paid to boot you, so I'm going to move on, Joel. Because if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying, I'm just going to move on. So you're gone. W to Barbara. Like, I don't know how like much more clear I have to be at saying these things. Unbelievable, bro. Anyway, evaluating macroscopic sex estimation methods using genetically sexed archaeological material. That's a study that's going to point to an accuracy sitting at around 90% with an intact skeletal model, and then an accuracy sitting about between 60 and 70% with an unintact skeletal model, as I've been saying. I don't know what the fuck we're doing here, dude. It's more annoying when I stated that at the beginning of this conversation that genotypic sex is an immutable trait, and phenotypic sex is the trait that is adjustable. And they always move to, but the bones, guys, but the bones. But they're bones. Anyway, this is the last debate call we got, and then we'll talk to Billy, who's been patiently waiting. Coming up next is, the caller's name is Israel, apparently, from Florida to talk about the Iran war. Israel, if you can hear me, provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, how's it going? Yes, I'm 36, and pronouns are he, him, or however you guys say it.
Okay, now Israel, I believe the Iran war is unjustified because the United States claims that the start of the war is because Iran had weapons of mass destruction, specifically nuclear weapons, and there is no evidence Iran re-engaged their nuclear weapons program. Do you disagree, and if so, why?
So where did you get that it was because of they had weapons of mass destruction?
Trump's press conferences when he consistently said we're bombing them
So
because they
what?
have nukes.
No, did he say they were developing them or did they have them?
Both. He said they were like 2 weeks away. They were currently had restarted their nuclear weapons program, was his claim.
There you go. So he did not say that they had mass weapons of destruction. So he said they were doing it. Okay.
Cool. Iran
So
had not
what do
restarted
you-
its
what-
nuclear weapon program.
We'll get there. So
we'll
what
get there. That's
do
the
you
entirety of the
what-
argument.
How are you defining unjustified? We'll get there. Don't worry. How do you define unjustified?
By claiming the reason you're attacking them, it's unjustified if the reason you claim to attack them was not untrue. Then your reason for attacking is unjustified because you were attacking based off a false premise.
So that is your only reason believing that.
Yes, if you
Your only
attack someone and lie about it, then your reason for
Okay, I'm making
attacking
sure-
them is unjustified. How
You
many
can say
like
as
do I have
slow as
to
you want. I
do
wanna
I have to
make
say it
sure that
louder
that's
and
what your
slower
claim
to
is.
you? How much louder and
Nope.
slower should I say
So,
it?
Do you know, hello, do you know what the International Atomic Energy Agency is?
Yep, and I know that they said there was no proof Iran was building nuclear weapons.
Did they say that in the
Yes.
document dated November 12th,
Yes.
2025? They said that.
Yes.
Did they now? Are you sure? Because
Yes.
I'm looking at a document right now, and the document clearly says Iran was not fully complied with the IAE NPT safeguard process. I could keep going. You want me to
I'm
read the
sorry.
rest of
Did
it?
any
Iran
of
had
that
enriched
did any
uranium
of that
up
say
to
that they had
60%.
they had restarted their nuclear weapons program, or was when the head of the IEA said specifically, and I quote, "We do not have any proof of Iran building nuclear weapons." I'm sorry. Did your statement prove that they were rebuilding nuclear weapons?
Where did you hear that quote? Whoa, no. I'm giving you actually from the documents. That's not in that document anywhere.
Because you're reading a nonsense document.
I'm reading the document. Where in the document did you read that, and who said that? You said the head. So what was
The
his name?
head?
Because I'll give you. I'm looking at the document.
You're not looking at shit. Rafael
Yes, I am.
Grossi,
You want
who is
to
the
take
head of the
notes of it? I got you. NPT
who's
safeguards
the
agreement
head.
with
Jesus
Islamic
Christ,
Republic of
goddamn.
Iran.
Do you?
Introduction, this report
I
of the
just
Director
want to
General
know.
on
I
the
just want to know. I
implementation
just
of
want to
the
know.
NPT
I just want to
safeguards
know.
agreement.
I just want to know what you think this is. Do you think you just get to speak? Is that what's happening here? Do you think that's how
No, I get to
conversations work?
prove
Do you
by
think that
giving
if
you
you
the
just
actual
you
document
haven't
while you're
given
saying it
any
doesn't exist
proof?
and that I'm not reading it.
You've given no proof.
I'm
None of
reading
that
the
said they
document to
restarted their
you.
nuclear. That document doesn't say they restarted their nuclear weapons program. Fun fact, that wasn't what you just read.
Yeah, yes, it was. What you didn't even know
No,
what
it
I'm
wasn't.
reading.
No, it wasn't. Read what you said again and tell me where in that what you read it says they restarted their nuclear weapons program.
There was no way they could show that they were starting their nuclear weapons program because Iran did not let them access.
Okay. Oh
Hello?
shit, crazy.
Are
So
you-
so you
okay.
don't have evidence of Iran restarting its nuclear weapons program. That's what I thought. Who would have fucking seen?
Negative.
Wow.
Negative.
Who would have seen
there
that?
was no determination of whether they started it or did not start it.
Wow.
Now, there was
Who could have seen that
determination
coming?
They did have 60%, and this
Who
was
could have
after
seen
they-
could have seen that coming, guys? Who could have seen that coming? Wow. Who could have seen this coming, chat?
Are you done?
Besides all of us who've been here for
okay.
forever. I'm sorry. Do you have evidence, yes or no, that Iran's restarted its nuclear weapons program?
I'm looking at the document that's saying that they were never able to determine whether or not.
So
because they
so
did
not
check
able
all
to
the
determine is
facilities.
not evidence that they
Okay,
did.
Never mind. Go ahead.
Not able to determine
I'll
is
wait
not
for you.
evidence that they
I'll
did.
wait for you.
Not able to determine is not evidence that they did. So do you have evidence that they restarted their nuclear weapons program? Yes or no?
Are you going to let me answer, or are you going to cut me off?
When
during
you
my
give
answer?
actual evidence, not they didn't
Yeah,
know
are you
is
gonna
not
let me
evidence.
answer yes or no? I'm giving you yes or no. Are you going to let me answer? I will give you the answer, and then I will give you the full qualifier. But you're going to have to
Give
let me answer.
No, I don't want a qualifier. Just the answer.
No, that's not how that works. You're getting
Yes,
a
it is
qualifier
actually.
because that's the whole point of the qualifier.
Yes, it is actually.
Now,
There's
the
only
reason why
there's
you're gonna get
only
that qualifier
there
is
is
because you're giving half
only
information here.
there is only one way this can be. Either they did restart the
No, there's
program and
not.
you have
No, there
evidence,
isn't.
or they did not restart the program and you don't have evidence. Which one is it?
That's not how that works.
It actually is exactly how that works. Maybe not if you're dumb.
They
It's not
did
how it
restart
works.
their program, and by the time they determined that, they did restart their program, and in September when the program was started, they were at 60% over what they were supposed to have in enriched uranium. So there was no determination of whether they had all the facilities because they were not allowed into all of the facilities. Iran did not give them access to all of the facilities.
Great. So nothing you just stated was
Okay.
evidence that they
Oh my God.
restarted their nuclear weapons program. which is what I keep waiting to hear.
So that 60% of enriched uranium is above the civilian limit that everybody has agreed to have, that Iran itself agreed to.
No,
Yet
hold
they
on,
were
hold on,
above it.
hold on, hold on. Iran enriched to
Okay.
60%. They did not enrich above 60%.
They were 60%, which is well above.
Nope, 60%. They're
Stated
legally
in the
allowed to have
document.
60%. They are
Stated in the
legally allowed to have
document.
60%. They are
No,
legally
they're
allowed.
not.
Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not. It's
Yes,
in
they
the
are.
document.
Yes,
It's
they
in the
are. They
document.
are
No, it is
legally
not.
allowed to
Look,
have
at this point,
60%.
I'm arguing with something, and I could read it word for word, and you're going to sit there and pretend
They
like I'm
are
not reading it
legally
word for
allowed
word.
to have
There's no proof.
60%.
Because you're too scared that you
They
won't
are
show it on screen to show that you're
the
wrong.
IAEA does not determine
Then pull it up.
legality of what amount or
Yes.
what percentage of enriched uranium you can have. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. That
No,
is
they
literally
don't.
their job.
No, it's not. You
Then who
fucking
does?
moron.
Then who does? Then who does?
Holy shit. Go to the IAEA's
Who
website right
does?
now and tell me what they do.
Who does?
Go to the IAEA's website right now and tell me what they do.
Who does?
I want you to go
Who
to their
does?
website, go to their about, and tell me what it is they actually
does?
do. Yeah, I know. You can't prove your claim, so you're just now trying to shift the burden. I get it.
Okay. Who
I
does?
get it. I know you can't prove your claim, so now it's let's shift the burden. I get it.
Not
I
shifting the
get it.
burden.
You are
just told me
shifting the
that these
burden.
people don't do that, so I asked you,
No,
okay, then
you're
who does?
exactly. You made the claim.
Okay.
You made the claim that they are
So then
they
and then you
create
said-
the legal framework. And now you're saying, well,
I
prove that
said,
they
yes,
don't
they
make
do.
the legal
You said,
framework.
no, they
You know
don't.
how
So
I
I
know
said,
they
fine, then who
don't?
does?
Because the IAEA is not a law-making body. They don't make laws. So no, they can't make a legal fucking international law about fucking nukes. So now you need to prove that they do. So now prove that they do.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Are you? Does stupidity
Don't
run
need
in
to
your
prove to me
family
that they-
too? Stupidity must run in your family. There's no way you are
Then
the
no, we must be related
sole
then.
inheritor of the stupid gene right now. It must be.
I'm an inheritor of the stupid gene. Okay.
It must be.
I'm asking you then who does, because you said they don't do it. I'm reading a document that says that they do it. You say they don't. So then who does?
The IAEA is a
I don't. I can't.
it's
I
a
can't,
forum.
I can't do what you're
It's
asking
a
me to do.
scientific.
because
I know
I've
you
already
can't
done
do
that.
because you don't have anything. The IAEA is a scientific and technical body. They do not make laws. There is no international right now in the globe. There is no international law requiring nations to meet a certain percentage or under of nuclear enrichment. There are some countries that have created treaties with each other in which they say in these treaties,
Based on
we
what?
won't go past. Holy shit. Are you
Based
this
on
stupid?
what? Treaties
Are you
based
this
on
stupid?
what?
Are you this stupid? You must be this
Treaties based on what?
The treaties are based on decisions they make together as a country.
Based on what? How do they get to this determination? Like, oh, that's a good number. How? Who does
shit,
that?
You're
What
so
do you call
stupid.
that?
Holy shit, you're
No, I'm
so
not stupid. I'm walking you there. Don't worry. I'll
What the
dog walk you.
fuck? There is no international law about what you can or can't do with enrichment.
There is no international law, correct? Because there are no because honestly, international laws really those are iffy, right? No.
Whoa,
you're right.
so I'm
No
correct?
international
Holy
law.
shit.
But like
So I'm
you just
correct?
said, they all come
What?
to
So
an
I'm
agreement,
correct?
right?
No, certain countries have treaties with each other.
Yes.
It is not a
Okay,
globally
correct.
enforced
I agree.
law. Iran
No,
is
I agree
under
with you.
no such
I
treaty
agree.
right now. There is no treaty Iran is
I agree
currently
with that.
under.
Nope, that's a lie. That's a
No,
lie.
it's
They're
not.
currently signed to that treaty. That it's not a treaty, but they're currently signed to the deal that they said that they were not going to do something according to the International Atomic Agency. Now I agree with you
No,
there. Let's calm down.
they're not.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me land the plane. Hold on. Right? I agree with you. Countries, they take and they make treaties, but they need, how do they determine this, right? How do they know how much uranium is too much? How do they get there? What
This
happens?
is so stupid, bro. This is so fucking stupid. There is no treaty that Iran is currently
God.
under. The only thing that Iran
Okay,
is under
we're not
is the
talking about the
nuclear
treaty right now, dude. We're not talking about
non-proliferation
the
treaty.
treaty.
I am. I don't give a fuck
We're
if
not
you're not.
talking about the
Yeah,
treaty.
because you couldn't prove your
look,
shit.
look,
So you
look,
muted.
look,
Muted. Shut the fuck up. Iran is currently under the only nuclear deal that Iran is currently beholden to is the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. The nuclear non-proliferation treaty does not set an enrichment cap at all. They were under an enrichment cap under the JCPOA until Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, and Iran stopped fucking following that because they didn't have to anymore because the US pulled out of it. There is currently nothing in either international law, in anything but the court of fucking your brain that sets any legal limit to the percentage of uranium Iran can enrich. Point blank, period. End of discussion there. You have nothing here. Now you're unmuted. We'll see if you can fucking control your impulses now.
Okay. Never said there was. Okay.
You want to bet?
There's not a big law that states that, oh, they can't pass this one.
You did.
Hello?
You did actually.
There's not a law that states that. Now so what we got to is the treaty part, right? The treaty part, I agree with you. So international laws are really iffy because, well, you're banking on everybody following a law that they don't really have to because it's international, right? Duh. So
there's no shot, bro.
I agree with you there that countries, they get treaties and they go through all that and they make deals like, okay, well, let's make a deal so nobody gets nuclear, whatever. How do they determine what is the high amount or what number is like, yo, if you get past this number, we have to watch out? How do they determine that?
A question that has no relevance.
It does. It has full relevance. They determine it by, getting international agencies that go out there and conduct investigations that determine, hey, usually if they're going off of this way, the pattern shows that it's going up, right? That's how that
irrelevant.
Works. It's no, it doesn't. So what's the purpose of the international, again?
Fully irrelevant.
What's the purpose of the IAEA? What's the purpose
All
of
the
it?
IAEA is a group of scientists who meet together to discuss what is currently going on in the globe regarding nuclear energy and nuclear weapons. That's it.
So then why would the RGC sign anything to agree to be under a certain number according to them, with them? And with the Americans, with everybody else? Why would they do that?
Because they're a global body that will analyze how countries are running their programs. They are not a governing body. They are not a lawful body. They have no jurisdiction.
Nobody said they were. I'm telling you
Jesus
they're not now. I'm telling
fuck,
you they're not.
dude.
They're not. Okay.
Stupidity
they're not.
is
Get
just
over that.
rampant.
They're not. Okay, cool.
My God.
But we're going to get to the point that because of what they are the ones that determine, right? It's not like, oh, we set this rule. No. So they give the guidelines, right? The guidance. Hey, man, if you get over this number, then, that's bad. That's what they do. Yes or no?
They don't necessarily say it's bad. They just say this is the case. They don't make some sort of claim.
They don't
just
say
it
it's
is
bad or
the
no. They just tell you how much you have, and then
So
when
then
you
you
determine
were-
how much they
so
have,
then you were
other
wrong.
scientists realize that, hey, anybody that has this much
Correct, so you were
percentage of
wrong.
enriched uranium is probably going to commit. It's probably going to do a nuclear bomb. Correct? Yes or no?
No, incorrect.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes.
So they're the only ones with that are going to be able to just say no to the treaty, the agreement that they signed. Not treaty, sorry, misplaced the word. To the agreement that they signed. They're like, nah, we're kicking that. We're not going to do that.
What agreement do you think that Iran signed with the IAEA?
The same document I just read to you.
That's not an agreement.
That document.
It's just a report.
NPT safeguards agreement with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The literal name of the document. Report by the Director General. It's the literal name of the freaking document.
Literally
my
just
guy.
reading a report.
Yes, I'm reading a report.
There's no
Where
way,
do you get
bro.
your information from?
There's no way, chat. There's no way. This has to be a fucking grift.
I'm sorry. Whoa. Time out. What more of source of information do you need than the actual document that people would use to research?
There's no way, bro. This has to be a fucking bit. I have to be being fucking punked right now. I have to be being punked right now. I have to be.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish with all your.
I assume I'm getting punked. That's what I assume. I assume
all right,
I must
cool.
be because you're just
Coming
saying
out the back
fucking
over there.
nonsense. Because you're saying nonsense.
What do you mean? Time out. You told me that this isn't an agreement. You said, what agreement did they sign? That's how you said that. And I said, the NPT safeguards agreement with the Islamic Republic of Iran, report by the Director General.
What do you think agreement? What do you think when that report says agreement? What do you think that report is saying?
What do you mean? We already went through this. Why are we going in circles, my guy?
When this report says agreement, what is it saying?
I'm not repeating it. We already went
Yeah,
through
I know
this,
you don't want to
and
repeat it, do
hit
you?
rewind on your thing.
I know you don't want to.
Sure,
I know you don't want to.
Yeah,
When this
you know I
report,
don't.
we're
You
not
know I
moving
don't wanna
anywhere in the
repeat it. You're
conversation
right.
until you tell me. When this report says agreement, what is it saying? This
Bro, we're not
conversation will
moving
not
into
move forward.
conversation after I told you.
Then
What you
goodbye.
talking about?
Then goodbye. Either you answer this question or we leave.
Go ahead.
What is it? No, I'm asking you.
I didn't hear your question.
I'm asking you what this report means when it says agreement.
It means that Iran agreed to not go over 60%, and
No!
then they did. Again.
All it means is Iran agreed to let the IAEA monitor and verify that their nuclear material is not diverted towards nuclear weapons, which guess what?
Correct.
They did. It at no point is an agreement that Iran will not enrich past 60%. That was stupid of you to say. It at no point is an agreement that says that the IAEA has some legal authority over Iran. That is incorrect and stupid to say. All it says is that under the fucking specifically the non-proliferation treaty that Iran signed with a bunch of countries, they will let the IAEA come and make sure that their material is not going towards nuclear weapons, which the IAEA has been doing, and I said multiple times, Iran has not restarted its nuclear weapon program. You don't know what you're talking about. You consistently prove you don't know what you're talking about. It's embarrassing.
Well, I'm reading this because nothing what you said is true.
It's everything that what I just said is true. Fuck, you're so stupid.
All right, hold on. Paragraph 33. Agency has lost intention, knowledge, and relations to the previously declared inventories of nuclear material in the area manufactured by facilities. Mm-hmm.
You want to know the crazy thing?
Accumulated
You
by
can
the
go to the
matter
IAEA's
of
website and look up their safeguards agreement, and it tells you right there what the purpose of the safeguard agreement is for. It tells you right on their website.
No,
which
I'm looking at a
sure you didn't
specific
read.
safeguard agreement. No, there are different ones. You know that there's
Sure you
different
didn't
ones,
read it.
right? It's not a generic safeguards agreement.
Homie, there's no fucking shot, bro.
Okay.
There's no way.
I mean, I'm looking at the summary now, and it's saying how they're worried. There's concerns that they're starting their programs up again.
They
It's
didn't.
critical the agency is able to verify inventories of previously declared nuclear material in Iran as soon as
They
possible in order
didn't.
to allay concerns to ensure compliance with the NPT safeguards agreement regarding possible diversion. And they didn't do that. They decided not to do that. Either
They
way, I
quite
understand this
literally-
is not put into law. I get
They
that, but I'm
quite
saying that these are one of those
literally-
agencies that you put in place in order to
They
determine that,
quite
hey,
literally-
okay, let's see what you got going. What?
You're just wrong.
I'm not. I read it, dude. Okay, if you think
You
I'm wrong, then
are-
I'm
you
wrong.
are.
Then we're at an impasse. There's nothing to do.
We're not
can
at an
link this to
impasse.
into
You
your
are
chat so they
quite
can read it
literally.
themselves,
I don't need
but
you to link it
whatever-
to me. I have the
whatever
whole
they
report
do.
pulled up. The whole purpose of the report, and I'll say it fucking again, is to make sure that Iran has not restarted its nuclear weapons program, which the report did not find that they
Exactly.
did.
And what does it say at the summary? What I just read. What does it say in the summary? What
It
does it
says
say?
they
What
did
does it
not
say in the
find
summary?
that. It says quite literally, says they have not found.
It does? Where?
Oh my God.
Give me the number in the summary. I'm in it right now. F.
The
Where's
number
where's
in the
it at?
summary in F. You want to go all the way to F,
Yes,
so you didn't
yes.
read the rest of the report. Duh.
No, I read the rest of the report. I'm telling you, it's in the summary right now. So go ahead. Show me what you're talking about. Because in the summary I just read to you, I just read it to you, what it says. And you're saying, no, I didn't. So that's fine. If you don't believe me and if you just don't want to show it because you don't want to look like you're wrong, then that's fine. I get it.
Motherfucker,
Whatever,
I'll
dude.
show the
You do
I'll
you,
show the
boo-boo.
entire
You keep
summary.
getting
Oh
your
wait. No. I'll show the entire summary right now. Nowhere in this summary does it state that Iran has restarted its nuclear weapons program. Nowhere. Not a single part of this summary
No, it
states
says
that.
it's critically that the agency is able to verify it. And they can't.
So again,
Why would
you are
critically- Why would you
speculating.
critically need to verify
So you
something?
are
Okay, so let's do
speculating.
math now.
You
Why
are
would I clearly need to
speculating. I'm going to
verify
mute you
something?
because it's not your turn to talk. So you are speculating that Iran has restarted it because this agency hasn't been able to verify that they haven't. I'm sorry, that they have. It hasn't been able to verify that they have restarted it. So that means that they definitely did, right? It's definitely not speculation on your part. No, it's definitely not speculation on your part. It's 100% factual that when a report says we have not been able to verify this, that you go, well, that means they definitely are doing that. This is stupid. This is dumb. This is so stupid. Just absolute buffoonery. Jesus Christ. This is so stupid, bro. All right, Israel, you're going to continue to be stupid, or are you going to be not stupid finally?
I'm gonna continue to be stupid. Let's be all the way
Duh,
stupid.
obviously.
So now you just said that I'm speculating that they're doing that, but that has nothing to do with it. So now you're speculating that they're not doing it, right? And the original claim
When you make
was
a
that
claim, you
believe that they're
fucking
not,
moron.
No, I did not
You
make
fucking
no
stupid
negative
idiot.
ghostwriter. This
You
whole time
fucking
I've been
stupid
arguing
idiot.
against you and your claim.
Holy shit. Holy shit, you fucking moron. When you make a claim, okay? And that claim is that, well, Iran, the war in Iran is justified because Iran was making nukes, right? If you have
Was
a
that my
country,
claim?
you have sure, let me restate. When you have a country like America who claims that the reason
Did
they're
I say
attacking another country, I'm not saying you said it, stupid. Did you not hear me just
Oh,
say, let me
okay.
re-clarify?
Okay, cool.
Fucking moron. When you
I
have a
mean,
country like the
couldn't
United
work.
muted because you're fucking stupid. When you have a country like America, okay, and that country goes, we're going to attack this country because they are building nuclear weapons. You have to show that. So if you can't show evidence that Iran is building nuclear weapons, then guess what? Guess what? Then you literally are doing an unjustified attack, plain and simple. And I know, you're too fucking dumb to realize it. I get it. I fucking understand. But goddamn. Golly. You have something else stupid to say?
Okay, yes, we're going to continue with the stupid things. Look, the insults don't work. Don't care. So, let's go back. Right? Your claim was that they're doing it, and you said that they said that they need evidence to back up that they're building that. Right?
Yep.
How much evidence would they need if they won't let you see it? The people that do these, that do look into it, that the agency that everybody trusts around the globe, are saying, hey, they're not letting us in there, and they're already at 60%, and they've already done this. That they're being kind of sketchy. So that's already a red flag. So I don't know where we're at here. You don't have proof that they're not doing it, and you said that your whole point was they're not doing it. Like, well, you have no proof. According to the report, it's highly
my
likely that they're doing it,
claim that
just
they're
by
not doing
reading
it is a counterfactual to the fact that Donald Trump claims that they are. Does Donald Trump
That's
have
not your
evidence that
claim.
they've? Yes, it is.
Now
You
you're changing
fucking
it.
moron.
You changed it.
What did I say at the start of this call?
You're claiming that the war ran is unjustified because
Why?
they said that you claimed a lot of things that wasn't said either.
Why did I say the war was unjustified?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Why
which
did
that
I
was never said.
specifically
That was a
say
lie.
the war was unjustified?
Because you said that Trump said Iran had weapons of mass destruction and a nuclear program, which was a lie because he never said they had weapons of mass
You wanna
destruction.
bet?
So I assumed everything else was being hyperbole. Yes.
I said that Trump administration claims they restarted their nuclear weapons program.
Nope.
You
No,
want to
you did
bet?
not. You said that they
Okay.
have weapons.
I'm muting you. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go play the tape back. We're going to play the tape back. We'll go to the start of this call.
Listen,
It was unjustified. Play
weapons.
back the tape, and we'll play back the tape. I have the ability to rewind. So, pretty simple. I have the ability to rewind. Let's listen to talk about the Iran war. Israel, if you can hear me.
I'm 36.
Okay, now Israel, I believe the Iran war is unjustified because the United States claims that the start of the war is because Iran had weapons of mass destruction, specifically nuclear weapons, and there is no evidence Iran re-engaged their nuclear weapons program. Do you disagree, and if so, why? There's no evidence they re-engaged the nuclear weapons program.
So-
I will admit, I should have clarified, but I clarify at the second part of the conversation. I should have said restarted their nuclear weapons program at the start. I clarified this, that they did not restart their nuclear weapons program, was the clarification. So again, the Trump administration has claimed that Iran was pursuing or close to obtaining a nuclear weapon. And that is why they began the war. They claimed that Iran posed an imminent nuclear threat. This is untrue. Trump specifically said this. He said this in March of 2025, that Iran posed an imminent nuclear threat. This was untrue. All untrue. So again, like I said, you are incorrect, Israel. And now nobody wants to hear you anymore, so I'm going to drop you because people are paying to get rid of you. So goodbye. Shout out to Anthony. And a double shout out to Infinesia. Like, it's so fucking stupid, dude. Well, I think we should bomb them because we don't have evidence that they didn't restart their program. My God. Anyway, I don't know how many times I have to say there was no evidence Iran restarted their nuclear weapons program. So attacking them because they restarted their nuclear weapons program is bad. Who would have fucking guessed? All right, let's bring up Billy. Billy Sipes from Texas. What's up, Billy?
Hey, Jovan, how are you?
Chilling, bud. Chilling. What's up? What's your question today?
So first of all, I do not agree that the Iran war is even remotely justified. But what I wanted to ask is there any situation where an offensive war is justified? And what does that look like?
An offensive war, I'd probably claim in like terms of like liberation that sometimes that would be justified. I don't know if you'd consider that a war, but like the Iranian Revolution, I'd say was probably justified, right? To get rid of the Shah. The Haitian Revolution, I'd say was probably justified. But if we're talking about like an offensive invasion to another country, I would say that's never justified.
Okay. And that's fair. I guess what I would say, and I'm actually going to take a counterpoint to this. And let's just say this is a hypothetical where we're living in a world where everything is wonderful in this country and we actually do things correctly. What's going on right now in Israel and Gaza? Would we be justified to invade Israel to stop what is happening in Gaza? Would that be a justified offensive war, or would it be considered under your conception of war as a defensive war for Gazans?
I would probably say we would be justified in going to the Gaza Strip and defending Gaza. I don't necessarily know that we would be justified in a ground assault.
So you wouldn't be in favor of removing Benjamin Netanyahu and Likud from Israel?
No, I ain't say all that.
Basically stop what they're doing.
I ain't say all that.
Okay.
It's just like a ground assault.
That's
A ground
basically
assault
what I'm
becomes a little bit
considering.
different, right? A ground assault, it becomes a little bit different. Would I be in favor of removing them from power, like with military action?
Yeah, absolutely. Basically what we did with Maduro, if we had that ability, basically go in, black bag Maduro, not exactly, or black bag Benjamin Netanyahu, but not keep Likud in power, because that's also its own problem. Like it's the structure of that. So it would almost
Problem
be
is that I don't know if I
something
can
a bit
answer
more
this.
than that,
I don't know if
but-
I can answer this on YouTube.
Okay, that's completely fair. I was wondering if I was getting into tricky situation with the the content on that, but I guess I would say that situation is where I would find an offensive war justifiable. That's what I would
I'm
find
sure there are. I'm sure there are cases where I would find an offensive war justifiable. My biggest thing is just like, I guess I would just rephrase what I said to typically offensive wars are not justifiable.
Okay. I agree entirely with you on that then. So this was, I mean, it wasn't a super productive call, but I was just curious about your opinion on that because I've certainly had conversations with people who are just completely anti anything. And I don't think that I necessarily agree with that. And we don't have to go any more into it, but I certainly think there are situations where there are offensive, even ground wars, where it is justifiable, but I think the situation has to be very specific and it has to have a very particular goal, and it should not be something that is just the benefit of the United States or certainly our corporate masters.
Yeah, my whole thing is I'm just sort of like, I go with like, I know that ground assault would do more civilian damage. And I just don't know how much I can justify civilian damage when like playing the defensive would work probably better, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I guess my main thing is like, at what point is the damage that somebody is doing to civilians adequate to justify potentially doing more damage to make sure that it eventually inevitably stops? Because right now what's happening, I don't see a stop to it, and I don't see any other way to stop it at this point.
I think we would see a large shift if America stopped funding weapons and whatnot to Israel. I think we would see a pretty large shift in what's going on there, personally.
That would be good. Well, they just recently, Benjamin Netanyahu just recently said that they're going to shift away from buying American weapons, which that's good on one hand, but on the other hand, we need to stop actually sending them money, because basically that's him saying, well, we're going to keep taking America's money, but we're just going to make our own weapons, or we're going to outsource them elsewhere, which is not a good thing either.
Yeah. But yeah.
All right. Honestly, that was pretty much it. I was just curious on your thoughts on that. I do think that there are occasions where offensive wars, even ground wars, are morally reasonable, depending on what the goals and stated intentions are, but certainly not anything that we've done recently.
Yeah. Well, it was good talking to you, Billy. I don't know if you're going to be in the Discord for the lecture tonight, but if you are, we'll see you there.
I'm planning on it.
All right, then we'll see you tonight for the lecture.
All right, talk to you. Thank you. Always great talking to you.
Yeah, you too, Billy. I like Billy. Billy's a cool person. All right, that's the end of our show. Lots of stupid people calling in today. Really stupid people with not a lot to say. They got no sources. They just keep saying nonsense. And so blah, 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 blah. That's the show. Discord tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern for paid supporters. Socratic Method lecture going on in the Discord. See you guys there. Be there or be square or be something else. Anyway, catch y'all later. Thank you for the super chatters. Thank you for the people watching the stream. Thank you for the supporters. Love you. Mean it. TTFN. Goodbye. Booyakasha.